Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the second day of the Symposium on Revolutionary Love. For those of you who haven't been here yesterday, you missed a great day, I'm sorry. But you can check it out. There was a live stream and the video is, as far as I checked this morning, it's online. So if you missed it, some speakers today might have references to yesterday's discussions, so you can check it out. Today is also live stream, so I also welcome everyone who is watching us online. We have an exciting day in front of us with a full schedule. First, we are starting with a lecture by Oksana Timofeeva, whom I will briefly introduce very soon. After that, James Bridle is giving a lecture, You Belong to Earth. Then we have a short break. I invite you all here to the nice garden to have coffee, tea, whatever. After that, David Wengrow will give a lecture on freedom, revolution, and love, but he changed the title as many speakers in the meantime and said he would speak about topics connected to toxic masculinity, which will also be one of the topics of the first lecture by Oksana Timofeeva. Then at 7:30 we have a talk by Eva Ilus in conversation with Eva Maria Concet from Der Falter. And after that, I invite you all to celebrate this big revolutionary love series and the ending of this year's Wiener Festwochen with the Chor 29. November, the choir of the 29th November. It will be songs performed here on stage about love and revolution. So to say just a few words about Oksana first, I hope you will not be too disappointed, but the reason is fully legit, of course, and we must respond with understanding. Oksana was supposed to be with us today in person, but as you might know, she spends her time between Berlin and St. Petersburg, which I would prefer to call Leningrad if you want, but given the yesterday's also lectures on the October Revolution, Lenin, and so on, so she's at the moment in St. Petersburg. It's connected to family and health reasons, but don't worry, she will very soon join us on screen from there. There might be some problems, as she told us, because of security reasons with the connection. Well, we live in times of war and unstable connections everywhere. We are still happy here in Wien that the war isn't here in that way. So Oksana Timofeeva is one of the most exciting philosophers from Russia today, contemporary philosophers, authors, and she's currently researcher at the UDK in Berlin. She is part of the pretty famous and subversive, I would say, imaginative artistic group Što delat. She has published several books, most recently Freud's Beastie Boys, which was published by Mattes and Seitz in Berlin, I think this year, also in English. Solar Politics, published by Polity Press, How to Love a Homeland, and History of Animals, and forthcoming in this year is her book on the soul. Some of these books you can find in German, mainly in German, outside, also books by other authors or people who are connected to the topic of love. So anyhow, I shut up. You will see me already today, all day on stage, so I'm sorry if you get annoyed by that. What can I do? I curated it, but I would be, if anyone wants to join, please. Anyhow, Oksana, I hope she's joining us now. And after the lecture, I invite you all to raise your hands, pose questions. It's a brilliant opportunity to speak to Oksana, whom I see here above me. I don't know whether you see us. Please, a big applause. And the screen and the stage is yours. Please, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Srečko, for such a nice, beautiful introduction. And thank you for this very nice invitation. Oh my God. Do I see? Well, I'm so happy to see so many people here. Yeah, that's a honor to speak. And I'm sorry for being here only virtually from Russia. So it's literally a talk from Russia with love. I have to say that in the beginning, when we were discussing the topic of my potential presentation, I was thinking about something different. So I wanted to expand on the machine of masculinity, that this is a term that I introduce and elaborate in my recent book called Freud's Beastie Boys. And in this book, I analyze what was just called toxic masculinity with and it's psychoanalytic, but also some anthropological and religious mechanisms in their relation to the development of the story of a child's psyche. So it's a book about boys, boys that had some issues, some mental troubles with animals, like animal phobias or animal anxieties, hysterias, hysterical symptoms with regards to particular kinds of animals. And those boys were analyzed by Sigmund Freud. These are three cases. Freudian Wolfman, then another boy called Redman, and little Hans, a little boy who was afraid of horses. I addressed these three stories and tried to read it anew, focusing on animals and on a certain type of violence that somehow exists as a threshold through which we have to pass, which we have to cross in order to become, in order to enter triumphantly in a world of normal, well socialized adult human beings. So it's a question of gender socialization within the framework of patriarchal society, and then there is a mechanism which I call the machine of masculinity. This mechanism includes neurosis and the ways how our psyche, our soul, finds its ways out of these neurotic states or like mental states. How it paves its ways into normality. But on the crossing this threshold, there is something very important that is lost, something that is connected to childhood, something that might exist in the childhood, but not in a very not in a very how to say, not in a very clear shape, and there's something I call love, but in that book I do not explain what is this, what do I mean by love. And I have to say that I have written in the course of my life, I've written quite several pieces where I talk about love, and I somehow also identify, sometimes identify, sometimes not, love and sexuality, and discuss it, but never really give a certain definition, or never really develop a proper theory of love. So when I was asked during one of the presentations of this book, what do I mean when I say love is getting lost, or mental disease, mental disorder is a failed love, I had troubles to explain. And so again, as usually, I wanted to, so I had a plan for today to explain what is this toxic masculinity, how it feeds through the energy of fear, how it excludes a certain animality, or how it makes us pass through a threshold beyond which a certain kind of violence becomes acceptable, and that's how we become adult people. But again, I realized that on this way I would stay avoiding love, properly speaking. So today I got more hysterical about that, and so I decided to write a new essay. I haven't finished it, but it's on love. So I will read it, and then I will continue with connecting it to the machine, to what I just call the machine of masculinity, and how it works, and why, and will try to explain why I insist on this precise concept of love, which is quite close to, but not exactly closed. One of my favorite thinkers is Alexandra Mikhailovna Kollontai, which I guess was already mentioned today by Srečko, in a very positive context too, and her notion of, or not a notion, but it is a figure, a character, which he calls winged eros, as opposed to wingless one, erotic love, and love that is not that erotic. But I will begin from something slightly different. People of my generation, born in the late Soviet Union, probably remember that the main political topic discussed with children back then was peace. And I think about it, I remember chalk drawings on the pavement, yellow suns and blue skies. Peace is an abstract concept. Unlike something concrete like a table or a tree, it cannot be perceived directly by our senses. And if we define peace as the absence of war, then it's also a negative concept. To get to it, we have to subtract war from reality. That's why many people don't take peace seriously. It's hard to believe in it. To do so, you need a good fantasy, a good imagination. But a yellow sun and the blue sky make peace simple and imaginable. When there is war, the sun turns away, and bombs, shells, and drones fall from the sky. That's how the material presence of the bright sun and clear sky helps us understand that peace is not an ideal, is not some ideal entity, but it is the basic condition of life, or the basic condition for life. So love, like peace, it's not directly represented. It's hard to believe in it too. I'm not sure I can believe in love. But living beings experience it directly. It's not an object, but a state of being, a certain condition. You are either in it or you are not. If you are not, then love has nothing to do with you. In loneliness, in solitude, you are left face to face with the thanatos, which is not a bad thing if approached consciously, so to say. Love is an eruption of eros that changes everything. Though it's not an object, it always takes on a concrete form. When I think about love, I picture the person I love. The beloved is my sun and sky. Through them, love comes alive and takes on a body, a shape of a body, a living body. Yet in its in these material forms of concrete bodies, love still remains universal. As Plato said, in the figure of the beloved one, beauty itself appears to us, an eternal idea stored in the memory of the soul. These ideas as memories connect us to the infinity of past lives, not just ours, but all of them. The infinity of past incarnations, of all kinds of entities, things, and bodies. In the search for beauty itself, desire, or as Plato calls it, the immortal soul, it's actually one and the same thing, attaches itself to different mortal bodies. The more I desire one man, the more I desire many others. This is the dialectic of individual and the universal. In making love with the one, it's as if I give myself to all others, to those touched by beauty. Each act of love is potentially an orgy then, and every orgy is a commentary on Plato. Christian universal love doesn't exclude orgies either. The church rituals sublimates it to the point of being unrecognizable, translating it into a transcendental, not transcendental, but transcendent order. But at its core, there is still desire and mixing of bodies. God is love. We must take this sentence literally. God is not a subject who loves, who is jealous or waits for a response, but love itself that appears in many bodies. Even the most sincere attempts to fit love into the frameworks of morality and law are full of hypocrisy. Morality grows out of systems of restrictions and taboos, while love breaks those systems. Like revolution, love either goes beyond the law or never actually belonged to its domain, to the domain of the law at all. So never entered the law. But love's a morality isn't always like orgiastic. A morality isn't always criminal. There is something childlike and innocent in its primal chaos, a kind of playful, childish joy. When we play, we pretend, we switch roles, we transform and take on new forms. There is a metamorphosis that is taking a great role in it. So there is even something like a metempsychosis, where we incarnate into new bodies. This sort of there is something magic, there is sorcery, all kinds of declinations. Love play creates new worlds, new skies, and new suns. That's it. This is its metaphysical power. Each love is a new sun. Each sun is the star of its own sky. The totality of all stars and skies, of all planetary systems, makes up our galaxy, the Milky Way. Along the Milky Way, Eros walks with light steps, the most peaceful of all gods. Love, like peace, is the opposite of war, because war is a highly organized, highly structured state form of hostility. If love creates worlds, war destroys them. Yet every war has a sufficient moral justification. Wars are fought for certain values, waged for certain values, for what the attacking side declares as good and against what it calls evil, like traditional values, for instance. Traditional values, so-called traditional values. What is traditional values? Traditional values are those, according to them, the strongest has a power, has a legitimate natural power over the one who is weaker, and that power allows him, the strongest, to exercise violence over children, women, animals, and other bodies like that. Highly moral traditional values, like the war from which creates my condition, from which I'm talking right now, began is based on the purpose of defending these so-called traditional values. Against what? Against corruption, against transgender, queer, feminist turn, against sexual freedoms. That was one of the main pretexts of invading, of the attack. And I find this point really important. And, maybe we can discuss it later also. So, Father, wars. Yeah. In today's one-dimensional moral framework, one fascist regime wages a preemptive war against another. They would have attacked us if we hadn't struck first. Preemptive violence, morally justified by the security of citizens, follows the logic of a self-fulfilling prophecy. We attack them because otherwise they would have attacked us first. They and then they attack back, and now, as if confirming our fears, their drones strike our homes. As Brian Masumi explains in his book Onto Power, preemption is a time concept. It denotes acting on the time before, the time of threat before it has emerged as a clear and present danger. An example for Masumi was back then was George Bush's war on terror, defining the new modes of power. Yet the logic of preemption is not so new. It seems to comprise one of the invariants of patriarchal thinking and patriarchal acting, and among other things, empower a paranoid fantasy of infanticide, which exists since antiquity and can be traced in a variety of practices and cultural narratives, such as ritual child sacrifices or the killings of firstborns in antiquity. Think of Saturn in Roman mythology, who devours his sons because he was told that one of them will overthrow him, or ultimately the death on the cross of Jesus Christ, the Son of God. In the Christian tradition, one kills because he thinks that otherwise he will be killed himself. It is as if there existed the machine of masculinity that would trap its subject into a sort of a vicious son-to-father circle of preemptive violence. And so now I pass to this machine of masculinity, sons and fathers and their relation to each other. The Oedipus myth, which serves as an explanatory, as a universal explanatory mechanism in Freud's analysis of psychic development of human beings, fits into this narrative line as well. So Freud's psychoanalysis too falls into the trap of preemptive, of the idea of preemption, but it is not discussed. So what is the Oedipus myth? As the story goes, Laius, the king of Phoebus, leaves his newborn son with his feet bound to die on a desert, basically. Why does Laius decide to commit infanticide? Because he received a prophecy according to which the son will kill him when the son will grow up. So the father is paranoid. He projects his fears onto his child and is driven by the logic of preemptive attack. Just like today's leaders and kings of the power states that decide to attack. It's a long story, so it's something that repeats. It's a repeating narrative. But when Freud analyzes these cases, like the cases of neurotic children or neurotic people, he is usually focused on the topic of parricide, so the killing of the father. Oedipus triangle suggests that a boy wanted to kill his father, as if it was his true desire, which his psychic apparatus makes unrecognizable. It transforms into a certain neurotic symptom. That was the story with little Hans. So that was a story of a boy who was afraid of horses. Why? Freud explains it through the Oedipus complex and fear of castration. So the boy lives in a very nice, intelligent family, and at a certain point, he begins to afraid of horses. He gets this fear. Freud, not really Freud, but his father was an intelligent man who was a very who was a follower of a Freudian theory. He analyzes, he engages into long conversations with his son and analyzes his fears and his thoughts about horses. You can imagine that at that time horses were everywhere. There were plenty of horses. So it's the beginning of the 20th century. The automobile was not so developed. Everywhere where there were people, there were horses, and those horses were treated like a means of transport, like certain objects. That's why this fear is so troubling. We wouldn't, if now a boy would have a fear of horses, we wouldn't probably mention it, but even notice it. But back then, it was problematic. So the father suggests that the boy is afraid of horses because he associates a big horse with his father, or like for the boy, a father is a horse. On the one hand, but on the other hand, a horse is also a mother. So it's an Oedipal triangle with two horses, a father and mother, and the son is a horse as well. And then fear, according to Freud, is a transformed libido. Originally, the desire was directed towards the mother, but since this desire is forbidden, it gets repressed. The emotional energy released in this process of repression turns into fear. And one episode, however, the boy recalls that he sees a horse being beaten. The father explains to him that it doesn't hurt the horse. The boy accepts this explanation and even admits that he too would like to beat the horse. The father then leads him to another conclusion, that he also wants to beat his mother, and just like the horse, she won't feel any pain. This is how a story of violence over an animal turns into an erotic fantasy, and eventually it works like psychoanalysis. The fear disappears. The boy is cured of his neurosis and becomes a normal man. But the price of this cure is something like I characterize as the loss of horselessness, stepping over the small over this threshold that makes the boy, after his father, accept that the horse doesn't feel pain. He crosses from the child's world, where horses are beaten, the world of compassion, empathy, into the world of adult men, where it's decided who can be beaten and who cannot, who feels pain and who supposedly doesn't. So he becomes a full memory of a society where a certain amount of violence is normal. and the limits of this norm shift back and forth. The patriarchal machine, or what I call the machine of masculinity, runs on this energy of fear, which is this failed love, as childishness, as joy. If we try to reconstruct that unrealized state of love, which I associate here with the child, think also of Nietzsche's figure of a child, the one who plays freely. The child's world that was forbidden before it could even fully emerge. In this world, a little boy plays with his friends, pretending to be horses. He easily imagines himself as a horse, or his friends and family, even his mother and father. Everybody is a horse. He doesn't separate people by gender or species. He is equally tendered with boys and girls, and dreams of becoming a mother, of giving birth to many children and taking care of them. This childish fantasy world has no limits. It's genuinely queer, open to different perverse experiences of love, not yet shaped by gender roles and turned into not yet turned into a traditional hetero patriarchal sexuality. And of course, this world doesn't exist, or rather, it is always already overlaid by the adult world of prohibitions and restrictions, which bends and breaks it to feed the machine of masculinity, the machine of normalization of norms or values. And it is in the name of these values that wars are launched. Suddenly, society unites against trans people, gay children, women, perverts, lakers, and the insane, the madman. That's how we have like a society of a common sense, and respectable citizens. I recently rewatched the film Cabaret of 1972, where the action takes place in the beginning of the Nazi movement in Germany. And there is an episode where a fascist young boy sings a song that famously sounds like "Future Belongs to Me." And the action takes place in a beautiful landscape, a village, and all the people begin to join and sing with this boy together. Everybody is so clean and respectable and commonsensical and moral, highly moral. Whereas there are three protagonists of this, three and more protagonists of this movie that actually live a true anti-fascist life, and they are the people of Cabaret. They are debauchery people. They create love triangles. They engage into multiple queer encounters with each other, and they insist in this living, in their form of debauchery, as an they bring it as an anti-fascist way of life. I have a feeling today that we are in a kind of very similar situation. That that high moral values do not work, that we must, not must, but that we could have pay more attention to the multiple possibilities given by the lightness, the childishness, the amoral childlessness of love, and maybe just consider its beautiful options. Its options, the ways how this openness can serve as a portal through which we connect to the infinite still, even in the times of this moral enclosure, which comprises the core of like a fascist state. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Oksana. I don't know if you can see me or you can see us. I'm here.
I can see the audience, definitely.
Yeah, I'm somewhere among the audience. This is the camera, right?
Yes, I can see you.
Okay,
yeah,
I'm
yes.
here, but I also want you to see the audience, so I'll be somewhere here. Thanks so much for the inspiring lecture. I really loved your definition of love, which, you know, in the end becomes an orgy, but in a way of touching the universe and touching so many topics. So I would just, before leaving the space to the audience, please start preparing your lecture, your, not lectures, your, I mean, you can if you want, so we stay a day more. Your questions. Before we turn to your questions, I just want to pose one question. I really loved how you moved towards the end from the machine of masculinity to the child, to the figure of the child, and what childhood actually is, and also this reference, of course, to Nietzsche and his three stages of life, and the child as the highest stage to which we return in old age, in a way. And by the way, also what came to my mind is, yeah, Nietzsche and his relation to horses, right? The famous Turin episode, 1889, when Nietzsche saw a horse being beaten by his owner, and then Nietzsche jumped, embraced the horse, and went crazy. I mean, went crazy from the perspective of society, of course. So my question is, if we are to recover, reinvent this childishness, if you want to call it like that, which you beautifully connected also to queerness, to imagination, to a sort of subversion towards the normality, how could this rehabilitation of childishness look like in a more concrete political, social context, if that makes sense? In today's, you also talked about war, you talked about the leaders who are also affected by this machine of masculinity and so on. So is the child a figure which can also be more concretely used to jump from the philosophical, metaphysical level to the concrete political materiality?
Yes, thank you for the question. You mentioned Nietzsche and his episode with the horse. So there is this the horse episode of an extreme compassion that makes Nietzsche somehow unlearn to live with other people and withdraw from the society. Of course, the violence that we observe today is in the framework of the violence that we observed today. This Nietzschean strategy is very tempting. It's sometimes you just think that it's better to turn mad and not to continue to try to make sense of this world, or of these political systems as a whole, because of course each regime has its truth in it, but as a whole the system works as one patriotic, I wanted to say, but patriarchal and patriotic machine that turns that loses its that cannot slow down, that goes faster and faster and faster and becomes a suicidal machine. But when it comes to like concrete political strategies, I feel a little bit suspicious, because there are so many concrete political strategies, and those strategies, sometimes they look like something symmetrical to the violence to which they oppose themselves. So, like, as if for one machine masculinity, we would find a better machine of masculinity. So there will be, say, my state. Imagine my state as a bad guy, a criminal who devours children, right? And I can be one of those children, so I feel fear, then I flee. I find myself in Germany or in another state that is more powerful than my previous state, and this new state provides for me a sort of security. It defends me against my home state. The state of my residence becomes takes on my security. But then the entire, how to say, communion of these national states or imperial states can be presented as this as a huge sausage party of like a mafia, you know, where some very serious men with money and guns are gather, and they play their game. They play with their own rules. So actually, a political strategy that is genuinely anti-fascist, I would not imagine it, or I would not represent it as yet another as yet another machine of violence and masculinity. So one imperial state cannot be, or one imperial war machine can be stopped by or demolished by another imperial war machine. But there should be something totally asymmetrical, another kind of violence, so to say, which doesn't look violent, which might look quite bloodless, and which should be totally different from that one. So that's why I say a child, something childish, something anonymous, something that is that doesn't have a name, that is based on I would say love comradeship. That's a good concept that comes from Alexandra Kollontai, who in her great historical overview describes different historical stages of love, and everywhere in each state, like from the Greek love, friendship, to even like bourgeois love, and the proletarian love, comradeship. she finds something good in each form of love, and tries to elaborate on another one, the love that will exist under communism, when we will get rid of the capitalist exploitation machines and so on. So one of those forms is love comradeship. It is characteristic to the proletarian revolution. In this system, people are not, so they break their individual borders. They learn to be open to other possibilities. So it's a sort of a free love, but not in a bourgeois way, but it's in a communist way. So it's much more radical. You have to. So I'm trying to think how it can be a political strategy. I mean, something more amorphous. It's not that being concrete and not doesn't necessarily mean being heavy. Look, for instance, an example. Before the war, the beginning of the war in Ukraine, 1 year before the war, in Russia, there were huge street protests against the new presidency of a current president who was like president already for more than 20 years. This massive protest rally embraced the whole country, which is enormous. And there were also a lot of police. But one of those protests was in winter, and the police was so overly present that actually they were more than the people, the policemen were more than the protesters, and they were very heavily dressed. So they were literally like the police, when they use the police on the protests everywhere. They look like a little bit like the medieval nobles. They are really heavily dressed. And then the people, so they were attacking the people at a certain point. The people in my city, in Leningrad, the people went on the ice of the river, where a police cannot step on the ice because they are too heavy. And the people are light. The people are lighter. The people with their children, with their dogs. That was a good picture of like two totally asymmetrical kinds of power. The power of lightness, the power of eros. Its power is like in Plato's Symposium, as is described as tenderness, the most tender of all gods, the youngest. That's what how I can imagine as a concrete political strategy. I don't know, frankly, but
no, I think this is. I'm very satisfied with your response. And we can continue, but I would also love to leave the space for our audience here to pose a few questions, if you agree. I can see one question. I suggest we take a few questions, and then we have just one round of questions, because then James Bridle has to come to stage with his lecture. So please, a few questions. Maybe you can stand up so Oksana can see you, perhaps. We'll see if you can see her.
Can you see me, Oksana? Hello. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes. My name is Ela. It's rather a statement than a question or an addition to your thoughts. First of all, I'm very thankful for the title of the original title of your lecture, because I was missing yesterday the position of being formed from the very beginning to revolutionary love, yeah? being a child, being a baby, and becoming an adult. We were talking a lot about our possibilities and difficulties of dealing with war and love and ecology as grown-ups. And you brought this item of childhood. And you said, you were saying that the little Hans, der kleine Hans, was playing without gender attachment or gender judgment. I truly disagree. Iris Marion Young, already 1977, cited a study from 1964, where I was born, that throwing like a girl, a 4-year-old girl, already takes a lot less space than a 4-year-old boy. A boy is throwing like this, if you can see me, and the girl is throwing like up. Yeah? And psychoanalysis Erickson was explaining it with getting a breast. Becoming a woman means getting breasts, and that therefore we are not throwing like boys, which we overcame by now, and we know it's different. And this being not gendered as a baby, actually, I think it's very important to take it into account that we are already very gendered, even if we are only a few months old, because all of the people, even those who are aware of gender items, impose them on the very baby child. Yeah, and what do I want to say? I'm thankful that you bring this item, but I think it's very important to look at it in a more modern way than Freud did. Because I'm not a Freud basher, I really like him, but Mahler and the humanistic point of view on child becoming a child rearing and becoming a grown-up, I think it's very important to take into account on our position towards becoming loving and revolting people.
Okay, thank you very much. Oksana, I would just suggest to take 2 more questions, and I will remind you of the first one if you forget it, so don't worry, you can think of it. Please, maybe we go to the right side. Is there any question here? No, we go to the left side. No? Then I suggest, while the audience keeps thinking seriously and deeply, that you can respond to this first question if you want. And you guys and girls think.
Thank you very much. It is such a difficult question, and I really love difficult questions, because you cannot really answer, but then you begin to think afterwards, and then after all you produce something totally new. So it's usually very productive, and I must maybe, if I am allowed to justify myself in my vision of childlessness of a child as a queer, by saying that I do not mean that that a 4 years boy is a gender, but that there is this this queer dimension of a play that's probably more important for me, that his readiness to play particular gender roles. I might not aware with the positivist analysis and the current scientific statements on at which age children really acquire their gender roles, when they realized are they boys or girls, and what does this mean. But I have to notice that Freudian boy, little Hans, has this interesting. So the story circles around one rather funny detail. So little Hans observes that a horse has a penis. Like a big, he sees a big horse with a penis, and he asks, "What is this?" And his parents explain that this thing is called Vivimacher, which he understands actually in a right way as an organ of urination. That's something that makes pee. Whereas his father identify penis with the sexual organ, and the boy is still unaware of its sexual function. That's why he thinks that, he believes that every living being has a Vivimacher. Horses, male, female, children, men, women, his mother, his sister, and they are just of different sizes. So the bigger animals have bigger Vivimachers, like his father or other horses, and the smaller have a small ones, and his sister has a beautiful one. And his father actually he likes another theories. He thinks that only men have Vivimachers, and tries to convince his son in this perspective. So why this story is important? Because by this way, Vivimacher, what is called there Vivimacher, is actually what stays as a soul. So it's a kind of like a childish animism. Everybody has a soul, big or small. We cannot see it sometimes, like in the case of his sister, but we know that it's beautiful. So he is like an inborn panpsychist, and then his development into an adulthood, that is, into a sort of normalization in a way of a male gender socialization, makes him leave this theory, this initial theory behind, with panpsychism. So forget about the fact that horses and other animals and girls and women have actually souls. That's how he becomes like normal, commonsensical person. It's not that I hate the norm and mobilize the childishness to combat it. But I think of an alternatives that exist kind of parallel to this norm, that at the highest point of its development can be quite terrifying. Like it is the norm, that it is not a certain abnormality that transforms into the machine of masculinity, that transforms into fascism. But it is a norm itself that transforms into fascism. That's what I'm trying to. Underline here.
Thanks so much. I will turn to the audience. If I don't see any hand, then, well, I also looked at the watch, so we are kind of running late. We have a full program going on after this. So I would suggest that we conclude it here. Was that a question? No, you were just moving your hand. Okay, that's allowed, so you can move your hand. So, Oksana, thanks so much. For the audience, you can check Oksana's books, buy them outside of the room. We really hope that we will have another opportunity to see you and meet you in person. I thank you for this inspiring talk with you. And yeah, we'll be in touch. Please, a big applause for Roxana.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, so no time to waste. We have a full program. Socrates and the guys in Symposium had more fun because it was in the evening. They had wine. But you will have time for a break, not now, but after the next exciting lecture, which will happen materially here. So the next speaker is a dear friend of mine. One, for me, I'm saying for everyone, one of the most inspiring something, but he definitely is one of the most inspiring contemporary artists dealing with both technology and, well, could I say nature or non-human species and our relations to it. He's the author of the book Ways of Being, published by Penguin. You can check it out also outside. It's James Bridle, whom I invite to stage to join me, who will talk today about the lecture with the title, You Belong to Earth. Thanks.
Hello. Hi. Thank you. Thanks, Frederica, for that invitation. Thanks, Oksana, for that wonderful and beautiful speech. Thank you all for being here. It's a real honor. Happy solstice. I want to say, everyone's aware, today is the longest day. It is the day when the light achieves its fullest, which is worth marking and is also worth, I was thinking on it earlier, a reminder that we have everything that we need. The sun provides this planet with more than enough energy than we could ever possibly need for the survival and flourishing of us and everybody else on this planet. We have more than enough energy, we have more than enough power for everybody. That's what I was reflecting upon this solstice. The sun might return later on. My act of love in coming here was to come here by train. I live in Greece. I took 6 trains, a bus, and a boat to get here. It took 3 days. I really recommend traveling this way. There's various reasons for doing it for me. One of them is I really like trains. The other one is that I want to see what it's like to change one's life in making some of the changes that we all know need to be made in our habits and the way that we go about on this planet. Turns out some of those can be fun too if you really like trains. And because I like to see what happens on the way on journeys. And as usual, lots of things did happen. Someone had painted that on the second train I took out of Sofia 2 days ago, which was just nice to see. They marked my train with that 4 years ago. And I saw echoes of that as I went. This is the Krusa Gorge in Bulgaria. As you come up from, I was on a bus at this point, in fact, coming up from Thessaloniki, up across the Bulgarian border towards Sofia, you pass through this gorge, the Krusa Gorge, and across along the Strusa River, which is, I'd never been there before. It's incredibly beautiful. So I started looking it up, and it's home to all kinds of marvelous creatures. It's an important nesting site for Egyptian vultures. Cormorants use it as one of their main migration paths, kind of heading north out of the Mediterranean. There's all kinds of plants and trees, and you can list all these things, but it's not really the names of the creatures or beings that's important. It's the fact that this is a home, it's a place of life, and it's beautiful. And so, of course, it was under threat. I started reading that there were plans to drive a huge motorway through this valley to connect Greece and Bulgaria by larger trucks. And then I was really pleased to read that, in fact, after 10 years of fighting, just last week, the motorway was rerouted or stopped. It will find another place to go, which may or may not be a good place for it to go. But after 10 years of campaigning, these campaigners stopped that particular motorway. And I wanted to note that, too, as an example of sometimes these battles are won and we do the right thing, even after years serious effort. And as I carried on, I met other new friends. I saw across the plains of Bulgaria and Romania, I kept seeing this guy, this wonderful being poking its head up from the fields. This is Canadian goldenrod. It produces these extraordinary inflorescences. It grows higher than most of the other kind of grasses, and it produces these kind of incredible bursts of yellow flowers. It doesn't quite look like this at this time of year, but it's still completely unmissable. It flowers like this in kind of late summer, in August and September. And it does this today all across Europe, but particularly in Bulgaria and in Poland. It hasn't always done it there because it's a non-native species. It's a non-indigenous species, what some call an invasive species. Canadian goldenrod, as its name implies, comes from the Americas. And it's been spreading across Europe for the last century or so. And it's one of these ones that's called a species of concern by people who are concerned about such things, because it has spread so rapidly. Like most plant species, it probably arrived as an ornamental. People liked these beautiful yellow flowers to put in their gardens. And it's incredibly successful. Those huge bunches of flowers produce thousands and thousands of seeds that get dispersed by the wind, and so it spreads very rapidly. And like so many other newly arrived species, we don't really know yet what the effects on the native species are going to be. There's concerns that this plant outgrows native species. There's concerns that as more and more farmland is abandoned in Europe, that these particular plants, the goldenrod in particular, prevents what's called progression, the process by which farmland turns into grassland, turns back into forest again. It's actually quite an outdated idea, progression. The land doesn't really come back in that way. It goes through many stages. We know it's possible for it to be halted. We know it's possible for it to be interrupted, this process of regrowth and recovery, and there's worries that goldenrod might do this. I was particularly interested in it because one thing is that it grows particularly well on disturbed lands. This is why it grows well on abandoned farmland, land that's been disturbed by peoples for generation. It grows on railway sidings, it grows on building sites, it grows around old factories, because the land has been disturbed and changed, and this gives the opportunity for new rooting plants to grow, and ones that grow fastest, like the goldenrod, have this natural advantage. It's also a hyperaccumulator. Hyperaccumulators are plants that are particularly good at drawing certain substances up from the ground. So all plants take nutrients and various substances from the ground. Some take more than others, and some are particularly adept at taking particular things. And the hyperaccumulators that tend to get studied by scientists a lot are ones that are very good at accumulating things that we don't want in the ground. Old poisons, old toxins for factories, industrial pollutants, these kind of things. That these plants can actually be used, seeded deliberately in certain places to clean the land. This is what they do. They draw up those toxins from the ground, they store them in their leaves and branches, they remediate and regenerate the land, leaving it cleaner from our poisons than when they first arrived. Which would be a lovely thing for the goldenrod to do for us, even if we have these other concerns about what it might do. I know what I know about hyperaccumulators because I've met them before. This is a field in northern Greece, in Epirus, in the mountains of the north, where I've met scientists who work specifically with hyperaccumulators of nickel. So what called serpentine soils, soils rich in nickel, that are a particular feature of northern Greece and Albania. Serpentine, nickel-rich soils are quite bad for agriculture. Most plants don't like lots of nickel in the soil, it's toxic to them. But certain species love it. They become hyperaccumulators of it. So the scientists here are doing something particularly wonderful, which is that they're testing the possibility of hyperaccumulators for phytomining, right? So phytoremediation is what I was speaking about before, this process by which the soil is sort of cleaned and toxins removed. Phytomining is when you do something with those substances that are brought out. So these are hyperaccumulators of nickel. The plants bring that nickel out of the ground. They store it in their roots and leaves. And twice a year, the scientists harvest these plants and extract nickel from it. And that nickel can be used in various pieces of technology, batteries and cabling and various things. Which is what it is, except that to mine nickel usually involves blasting huge chunks of the ground, digging huge tunnels, disrupting the land in all these kind of ways. And these plants have figured out a way to mine the same substance that we can take in an entirely circular process that leaves the roots of the plant in the ground, still drawing down carbon. We can burn the upper mass for energy as well. So it's this wonderful cyclic process. And we can do all of that without harming the land. We can't produce all the nickel we need currently doing this. We don't want to. We'll end up with huge, terrible monocultures. But just this idea for me that these plants have this ability that we are learning to engage with is something that I think about all the time. And I think about the particular plants that are doing it. In that plot in Epirus, there's three plants that are being worked with, experimental partners. And they're called, what are they called? Alyssum morale, which grows all over the Mediterranean, quite a low-level, struggling thing with little white flowers. Bormuella emerginata, which is a slightly taller plant, looks much like this, though this is the other one. They all look pretty much like plants. Bormuella emerginata grows mostly around the eastern Mediterranean, particularly in northern Greece and Albania, where you get these nickel-rich soils. And the third one, this one, Bormuella tymphea, which only grows within 50 kilometers of this particular site. It's named for Mount Tymphe, the highest peak of the mountains. And that's marvelous to me because, as the scientists have discovered by working with these different plants, they've discovered that of the three hyperaccumulators, it's of course Bormuella tymphea that produces or is capable of collecting the most nickel because it knows this place so well. It has this embodied, evolved knowledge of place. It has an intelligence of the place in which it lives. And by talking to it and working with it, we can learn from it how to know more about and protect these places as well. This again is the Canadian goldenrod. So one of the worries about Canadian goldenrod apparently is that one of the ways it's successful is it releases all kinds of weird substances into the soil which inhibit the growth of other plants. The results on that aren't terribly clear, but what we do know is that it's a really, really good pollinator. The bees absolutely love it. And in a time of crashing insect populations, it may be the plant that we need, or one of the many plants that we need, to actually be reseeding some of these abandoned agricultural lands. Did you know that plants communicate with bees, that there is a reciprocal communication that occurs in this relationship? Which to me never stops being completely astonishing. We know, everyone sort of knows, right, that the flower attracts the bee through its shape, through its color, through its visual perception. But do you know that the flower hears the bee? That the flower is a sensing organ. That flowers perceive the vibrations of their pollinators, bees and moths. And when they perceive the specific frequency of their pollinator, they increase their nectar production. The flower hears the bee, which I think is one of the most beautiful things in the universe, and reminds me that we live in this sensible universe, a sensing universe, a world that is all of which is sensing and alive to our presence and the presences of all other beings. That we live inside this network of senses and perceptions, that we are not in any way separate from the world around us, that the world at all time is perceiving us and seeing us. I've met quite a few other of these non-native / invasive plants before, or plants, other beings before, of all kinds. This is one of the more recent ones I've met, last one probably before the Canadian goldenrod. This one has arrived in the last couple of years where I live, in Greece, in the Saronic Gulf, in the eastern Mediterranean, in the Aegean Sea. This is the spiny sea urchin. What's he called? I find it weird I always have to try and remember the scientific names as though this is the name. This guy could be called Dave, but it's Diademosostoma. That's not an eye, that's his anus. One of the main ways you can recognize these guys is that they have this really bright little eye, oculus, anus looking at you all the time as you swim around. It's not looking at you. It feels like it is. The other way you can do is that they're huge. This guy's like this big, which is too big for an urchin. If you're used to swimming in the Mediterranean, you might be used to the kind of little ones like this, little spiky guys, about the size of your fist. But these guys have started turning up in the last few years, and they're huge. These spines are really, really long. And yet they are sort of incredibly beautiful as well. I can't find it myself not to see them, a creature that's watching me with its anus all the time. Except it's not watching me with its anus, it's watching with its spines. We don't really understand how this works, but it does appear that sea urchins see with their spines in some way, that light receptors either within or at the tips of the spines send signals down, and we can see that when a fish passes over them, they move in this little kind of defensive posture in the shadow of the fish. So even the urchins are perceiving and reacting accordingly. This was the first stranger that I met in my local seas a few years ago. This is a lionfish. This guy arrived where I am, particularly in the sea below my house, for the first time about 5 years ago. When we went swimming maybe 3-4 years ago, you might see one every 3-4 dives. Then 3 years ago, you'd see several, and you started to see them of different sizes. Now you'll see half a dozen or more every single dive. They've multiplied hugely. And they're multiplying all the way across the Mediterranean. They were first spotted off the coast of Egypt almost 20 years ago. They've now reached as far west as Sicily. And again, there are concerns. There's concerns that the lionfish are eating the young of other species. They might even be eating the eggs of the octopuses. They have this incredible reproductive capacity. They lay thousands of eggs and produce at will, and they're incredibly beautiful and incredibly poisonous. The urchins will really sting if you touch them. This guy will perhaps give you a heart attack, or certainly cause you intense pain from those spines. And yet they are some of the most beautiful creatures that I ever encounter in the sea. So why are all these guys here? Why the lionfish? Why are the spiny urchins? Why have they just turned up? Well, unsurprisingly, because of us, in various ways. Both the lionfish and the spiny urchin and hundreds of other species now living in the Mediterranean are what are called Lesepsian migrants, named for Ferdinand de Lesseps, the main architect of the Suez Canal. So for millions and millions of years, the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean were separated until, in fact, sort of very precisely on, when was it? The 18th of August, 1869, around tea time, when the last block was cut out of the Suez Canal, joining these two oceans for the first time in millions and millions of years, and suddenly species which had existed separately, evolved separately for thousands and thousands, millions of years, were connected by this piece of water. The Suez Canal was this insane undertaking. It was planned for hundreds of years. Napoleon wanted to do it. Various people wanted to do it. Eventually, Lesseps did it at the costs of thousands of lives as part of a vast colonial enterprise, which involved taking land from various Mediterranean countries and peoples in order to facilitate imperial trade between various countries, imperial powers. And so the arrival of the lionfish and others in the Mediterranean is an imperial history. It's a colonial history. It's a capitalist history because, of course, the Suez Canal transports 20% of the world's oil. This is why we have it. And, of course, beyond all of that, it's a climatic thing. Not beyond that, alongside those things, it's a climatic story. The Lesepsian migrants come because the Mediterranean is getting warmer. It's becoming more like the Indian Ocean. The Mediterranean is warming faster than almost anywhere else on Earth at this present point. And so the changes that are occurring are making a new home for these species who are slowly coming up the Red Sea. Which is a reminder, if nothing else, if one was needed, that the climate catastrophe that is unfolding in the current process is an imperial, a colonial, a capitalist process, a history. Those things are intertwined. We can't really separate them. But we do have to live with them. We do have to live within, whether in opposition or not, to the system that has created this situation and will continue to create it for some time. And so what do we do with the lionfish and the others? There's a big, one of the really interesting movements is that there's a big effort to put lionfish on the menu in the Mediterranean. This is one of the solutions that's been proposed to this explosion in their numbers. Lionfish apparently are very tasty, and if you know how to catch them without getting stabbed, and you know how to prepare them, they're very good grilled, apparently. So you can now start to get these into tavernas in Cyprus and Greece and elsewhere. I'm vegetarian, so I don't eat them. And I don't sort of really want to. I arrived there the same time as them. I'm from England. I'm totally one of the bad guys in this story. And so I feel it's really completely out of order for me to judge the lionfish or any other new arrival. And we literally arrived the same summer on a Greek island. And so I feel actually a much deeper sort of kinship with them. And I want to know how to live with them and what it means to live with them. Because one thing I've learned is that actually there's very, very little evidence of extinction, of what we might consider to be final change related to non-native and migrant species. Particularly in the Lesepsian example, as I said, of the hundreds and hundreds of species who arrived in the Mediterranean, there's no example in which another species has been pushed to extinction. What happens is the ecological balance of the sea starts to alter, and creatures find their new niches. So even though in the 1970s, fisheries off Lebanon collapsed when the fish that was mostly caught in those times was replaced by this thing called the goatfish, which was a sort of Lesepsian migrant 30 years ago. They discovered that the original fish had just moved offshore, gone deeper into the waters. The numbers changed, things shift around. They found what's called a new niche in ecological terms. They found a new set of beings, a new set of behaviors, a new way of being in the sea, a new way to behave and relate that shifted, that changed, was in some ways, and certainly from the shore appeared to be an apocalyptic change, but actually was a change in the makeup, in the social makeup, in the relationships that existed in the sea. Things shift, and sometimes they shift in very frightening ways. But it is possible to find within those systems new niches, new ways of behaving, new things that we need to do in order to survive those changes. So, thinking about those questions of niches, behaviors, and who we might relate to, I wanted to actually spend the rest of this talk talking more about quite practical things, because we've talked a lot about beautiful ideas, and I love to talk about beautiful ideas and of love and such on, but also I feel that there's a hunger in all of us to be like, well, what do we do? So I don't have the answer to that, I will be very clear, but I will just tell you what I do. In the hope that, and why I do it, in the hope that that might be of interest or possibly use. This is where I live, by the way, which is nice, but has its problems, like everywhere. And one of the things I've been trying to do in the last few years is try to do the work that I think I ought to do, and trying to do it there. And trying to work out what it is that needs to be done here in this place, in a place that's getting hotter and hotter all the time and has all kinds of other problems, and respond to what the environment and the other creatures there are telling me that they need and how to relate to them. One of the really foundational experiences of that was about a year and a half ago now. We had a really devastating storm. This was the tail end of something called Hurricane Daniel, which kind of whipped across the Mediterranean. It caused much more damage elsewhere. It destroyed a dam in Libya that killed hundreds of people, and other people drowned and more elsewhere. We just kind of caught the tail end of it, but it was still quite devastating. This was my garden. Kind of as the flood went on, that's actually several feet deep of water that just kind of poured down the mountain onto us, and it was pouring down the hills. This is usually, I can't describe to you how usually dry this all is. And so when this water hit, it just kind of rushed off and poured down the hill. And there was this really terrifying moment, actually, when the rain stopped. It rained for like 2 days. And overnight, there was this thunder that just pounded all night, that kind of shook us out of sleep, this boom, 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 relentlessly. But the most frightening moment was when the rain stopped and the waters kept rising. I don't know if you've ever experienced flooding like this. I hope you haven't, I hope you don't. But of course, when the rain stops, the water's still coming down the mountain, the water's still coming up, and you don't know what's going to happen, and it's frightening. I've never felt so much like the water, like the weather was trying to kill me. Like there was something almost personal in this. You can't be in storms like this and not feel some kind of embodied relation to it, because you are in danger. You feel yourself to be in danger, and that's an embodied feeling. It brings the weather into you, into your spirit. It makes you feel like you have a personal relationship again, which usually we're so alienated from, right, by our buildings and our cities and everything else. We don't have that personal connection. We forget that the weather can kill us and kills people all the time, because most of us don't have direct experience of it again, except, of course, we do and we should, and it's coming again. So I had this really deep and intense experience of being personally threatened by the weather, and that we all were. And yet at the same time, I had this totally transformative experience where I also felt like I was part of it, right? That I was not in any way separate from this thing that was occurring. That I felt that the storm was the world itself kind of shaking itself out. You could feel this pressure that was building up. And that the storm and like all the climatic events that are occurring, these really extreme events, they are the world in turmoil trying to find new patterns of being, right? And it's going to take thousands of years, and we fucked it quite bad up to a point now, right? And it will shake itself out over time, and there'll be some terrible stuff that happens along the way. But this is a system that is trying to find its way and its place again, that's been knocked so far out of whack that it's spasming in all these different ways and all these extreme events. And yet we are not separate from it, right? We have caused it in multiple different ways, and we are part of whatever happens next, right? We are part of what happens from now going on forwards, because we are not separate from the world. And all kinds of things are revealed by this. In this case, entirely new landscapes were revealed by this form. All these dry rivers that I knew, that I'd never seen water in, were suddenly filled with rushing life. And I saw why they were shaped the way they were. I saw the shape of the island as it once was. I saw these dams that I hadn't even realized were dams before, because they'd been built before the rivers run dry. And it gave me this entirely new kind of vision and perspective on the place. And it reminded me that, or it taught me that the role that I want to have within this system that's out of whack, that's spasming, that's try to be part of that flow, right? To try to be within this kind of system that's out of whack and try and just be a part of finding its new channels, finding new niches for all of us within these kind of spaces that does the work to settle this spasm into something that more of us can live in and flourish in. And I realized the signs of this were kind of all around. This is what's called a suvala. They're dotted all over the island. They're very old stone cisterns. They've been built by shepherds over generations to store water just at times like this. They exist already all over the island. They're still used by the couple of shepherds that are left. And they're a system of water management, right? It's a dry place. You have to store some of this water as it falls. You have to be involved in that process. You have to be part of the flow. I was speaking to a climate scientist quite recently. He told me that actually the Mediterranean, while overall rainfall is decreasing slowly, definitely, it's not dropping off a cliff. Actually, what's happening is that it's concentrating into smaller and shorter periods, which is why you get more of intense storms when all the water comes at once. So this is a problem not of entirely, or not even mostly, of lack of water. It's a lack of water management. It's a lack of being involved in what happens to that water. It's a lack of noticing and being aware. The same is true of fires. This is smoke from the Athens wildfires over our island last summer. If you've, again, ever experienced a wildfire or been near one, I'm sorry, it's horrible. It catches in the throat. It feels suffocating. It's frightening. It's, again, this animal feeling of being related to the world in ways that don't feel very good, because fire is something out of control that we're always going to be scared of. But again, I learned something from the fires. I learned that actually the reason that one of the reasons that the fire seasons in the Mediterranean are particularly bad, one of them is absolutely climate change. That's the driving thing that's making them worse, increasing them in number, that everything's hotter and drier. But the other thing is that because we've abandoned the land, because the land is less worked than it has been for millennia. If you read about fires, and most of the literature on fires and wildfires from the US and Canada, it's a slightly different situation, though there's a whole other story to be talked about indigenous fire in Americas. Here we're talking about land that's been intensively cultivated, fields, for millennia. And when that has been abandoned just in the last decades, scant century, as everyone's moved into the cities, that's left those fields to become fire pits, essentially. And so a huge part of the increase in fire is a result of our lack of care and attention to the land. And so I just say this because for me, for a long time, I thought that our role as humans was just to get out the way, right? Was that if we just fucked off to the cities, mostly, and tried to be really good there, and didn't interfere and left the animals alone, everything would sort of, maybe that was the right thing to do, and it's not. It's not. We need to actually be involved. We're part of the system. We're part of the earth. We have a role to play in this because we've always been here as long as everything else. We've all evolved together. And we're part of the world. And we can't just can't walk away from it either. One thing I've learned to do over the last few years is building solar panels and solar engineering. These ones are sort of artworks. They're solar panels that I've engraved with various designs, but the point of them is that they, even if you exhibit them in an art gallery, you can still plug them into the wall and they'll actually power the place. They actually work. It's something I call doing works that work, because I got really fed up of just talking about ecology or just writing about ecology, because there's no point, it's meaningless. You have to actually do the ecology, you have to do the thing. But what I found brilliantly as a side effect with this is that it really helps. Helps how you think about the world. I found that by learning things like connecting up solar panels and a bunch of other things, learning about desalination or sustainable models of building and practical things like this that you can actually use, it changed my attitude to things. It shifted my feelings of agency about the world. I feel that everybody is aware on some level that we live inside vast systems that we barely understand. Financial systems, so-called democratic systems, technological systems. These vast systems that control and direct almost every aspect of our lives, and over which we have no control whatsoever and very little understanding. Climatic system is one of those as well. You put some handles on that system, you put yourself into the flow in some way, you change that feeling, you become capable of doing other things. I don't think that solar panels are going to magically save us. I don't think that at all. But I think the agency one builds by engaging directly with practical things that you can make and build and learn about them, it makes you capable of making and learning and building other things that we might need along the way and that we are all going to need. And I think that feeling of agency is incredibly important. And I think feelings of ritual and doing things together are important as well, that we need to build a culture around this. This is another version of that artwork that was installed on the archaeological site of Elefsina. Elefsina is an incredible place just outside Athens for more than 2,000 years, for longer than Christianity has been around. It was the site of what the archaeologists call a mystery cult. It was sacred to Demeter and Persephone. So you probably know this story where Persephone was taken down into the underworld and Demeter wept. This is where she wept. She wept on the stone at Elefsina. And when Persephone was brought back up from the underworld, she rejoiced and they built a temple there. And it was the site of an agrarian cult. It was a site of a place where people went once in their lives to go through some kind of mystical experience that reminded them that they belonged to the earth. We call it a mystery cult because it was never written down what happened. People went into this temple for a day and a night, and something happened. And on pain of death, they weren't allowed to reveal what happened. And we know that because we know there were records of people who were killed for trying to reveal it. And some people think it was hallucinogenics. And if you read the accounts and you've taken hallucinogenics, it sounds like hallucinogenics. But it could also be lots of other things, and I don't think it really particularly matters what it was, because it was an ecstatic experience that reminded people, that brought back into their memory the realization of being connected to the earth in a way that mattered. And so, yes, I put some solar panels on top of it. And the other thing that I'm doing with solar panels is that we're trying on our island, and you can do this anywhere, building something called an energy community. An energy community is a collectively owned social renewable energy generation facility. That's a lot of words. I need to get fewer words out. Basically, we're going to collectively own and in place a bunch of solar panels that we fund ourselves, with help where we can get it. We own them. The money comes off our electricity bills, or we get money back. So it's a sustainable way of funding the community. We'll build gardens around it and so on and so forth. And we will actually actively change the energy mix, right? We'll reduce the reliance on coal and non-renewable energies by doing so, and we will literally redistribute power. We will take hold of some infrastructure that's usually run by the state or large corporations, and we will own it collectively. And for me, there's this just beautiful relationship in this between renewable energies and forms of power, in that, yeah, we're going to redistribute power. That is literally what we're going to do. This is a thing that is possible. There's a growing movement around Europe. If you're not familiar with it, look up energy communities. It's kind of wonderful and beautiful. We'll do it together, and I think that there are nascent political possibilities within these new forms of being in the flow of the changes that are needed, right? You can see it within environmental movements of all kinds. You can see it, for me, particularly in practical things. We're actually making and doing this and taking the changes that need to be done into our own hands in whatever tiny, tiny scale or form that matters. Because it doesn't matter how small it is. It just doesn't matter. Statistics don't matter in this. It's like if you're really sick and the doctor says you've got like a 10% chance of living because 10% of people die of this disease, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't make any sense because statistics don't matter at the individual level, right? You're either going to die or you don't. Right? That's how statistics work, right? So you do the work anyway, and you get on with it, and we make the change that needs to happen. The final one is, because I want to get this back somehow to the topic of the conference that I was asked to talk about, the other thing that we do is do a lot of stuff with seagrass. If you're not familiar with seagrass is the stuff that washes up on the beaches all over the Mediterranean, this leafy, damp stuff. That forms these big things called banquettes. Seagrass is an amazing organism that I've become kind of completely obsessed with because it's just lying there all over the beaches, and it's performing an ecological role on those beaches. It reduces erosion and does good things because all these things are part of relationships and networks, so it's good. But it's also been used around the Mediterranean for millennia. For various things. It was used for bedding. It was used for medicine. People in Turkey still make teas out of it. You can do that too. All kinds of different things. It's a medicine. It's a balm. It's also an architectural material in various places. On our island, I walk around and I see in old fallen down buildings, inside the walls of the building, they've stuffed seagrass. It's a form of insulation. It turns out to be a really amazingly good form of insulation because it's basically you can't set fire to it, it won't burn. It's too salty for insects and bugs to live in. It's quite a good insulator of heat because of the stuff that it's in. So it's a really magic material, so we dry it out and we stuff it into the voids of the buildings that we built. It goes into the roof and it goes into the floor. And now I sleep every night inside a building that was made with this stuff in the walls and the ceilings. This little guy is Zeph, my son, who was in the other picture too. So I sleep every night surrounded by this stuff. This was kind of our test building. I'm building a bigger house now. But this is designed on the basis of the work of someone called Walter Siegel, who was an architect originally born in Berlin and then worked in Britain from the 1940s onwards. For reasons. He developed a method of self-building. So I've learned badly how to do all of these things, right? The solar panels, the other things, the building, wooden buildings. Siegel developed a method for they're basically so that anyone could build a house. This is based on this kind of particular dimensions of available lumber, other materials, a simple like 10-page guide you can follow, you can build a house. There's several streets of this housing in London that was built in the 1960s and 70s, various other buildings built with it worldwide. You too, you can build a house. You might not think you can, but you can. I can build a house, it turns out, which is exciting, also terrifying. Every day I wake up and I'm going, I'm building a house, what the hell am I doing? I don't know how to build a house. And then I say to myself quietly, when I remember to do so, I am learning how to build a house. I don't know how to build a house, but I'm learning how to build a house. I can learn how to build a house. We can all learn how to build houses and do the other things that we need to do. We can all learn to do these things. And every day, or when I can, or when it's warm enough, and when I have the time, I go out and I swim with the seagrass, because that is the greatest gift that the seagrass has given me. That I can go out and I can be with this organism in the ocean and I see its beauty in an entirely new way because I have this living relationship with it. I spend time, I see the way it changes color through the years. Did you know that plants, there's like summer and winter under the sea? I didn't know that before, it's mad. They change throughout the year. I feel myself in the water, an organism amongst other organisms, and I have this relationship with them because I work with them and I've paid attention to them and it's changed my life in doing so. And I love them. And I try very hard to love all of these creatures. No one seems to understand me when I say that I think this guy's incredibly cute. But I think he is. I understand that some aspects of nature, which is a terrible word for the system of relationships, the ecology that we're all utterly and totally a part of, that some things in nature appear to be scary or funny looking or weird, but all of them are deeply, deeply lovable. And they're lovable unconditionally. This is what revolutionary love means to me. It means unconditional love, which is kind of the same thing as solidarity. It doesn't matter who you are, what you've done. What is required is unconditional love for one another and for the world. That is what a revolutionary love is. And my friends say, you can't love everything. Can you love viruses? Virus is like this tiny thing that is dedicated to doing horrible stuff to us. It's not even a living thing. It's like the scrap of DNA. And you're like, yes, even viruses. Did you know that we only exist because of the virus, right? The placenta, this incredibly extraordinary temporary organ that makes the life of us and all other mammals possible, was the result of a viral infection. It contains the virus of DNA that the mammals were infected with millions of years ago. It produced the mammalian line, that we are descended from viruses as much from any other species. We exist, all of us, because of everybody and everything else. That is how and the nature of what we exist. So yes, we love everything. That's it. You belong to the earth. We are all one and utterly one with the earth. We're going to try and figure out what to do about that, but the starting point is that we will love it very much, and I promise you it loves you back. Thank you.
So, thanks so much for this amazing and inspiring lecture. We heard the applause. I think the audience agrees. I hope you had a chance to think about your questions, because I will immediately now leave the floor to you. Of course, if there is no question, I will pose the question, but please raise your hands. Come on. Okay, it's always difficult to break the ice, but I've seen first hand in the first row, then we go here, and then in the second row. Thanks.
This is just to break the ice and to say that it was truly fascinating. It was the most poetic thing I listened to in ages. So thank you so very much, James. Okay. I took so many notes. The thing is, what you told about is the poetics of the nature. And this poetics obviously have to inspire us to be more humble so that we are in the spasm together with the nature. But then I was thinking, is it possible for everybody to do this?
I wish it were.
I'm just
I wish it were. Of course,
asking this for just
of course
asking.
it's not. No, of course it's not. Like, I have an immense amount of privilege just to do the things that I do, an immense amount of time. I've shaped my life in a way that makes some of these things possible. I've made these choices to do things in this way. Other people might not be able to make the same choices. Not all those choices have been good for me, bank balances or so on and so forth, but they're choices that I was capable of making. Many, many cannot, of course. So, no. I mean, like, and I'm not presuming to tell everyone that this is the way to do it. Why would you say people are not capable? People have, like, we have a lot of shit to deal with. But for me, the part of it that I think may perhaps be universal is this sense of being part of, not just part of a larger community of being, part of a much broader world than most of us pay attention to most of the time. But that actually that is an ongoing process, and it's a process that one can be part of, the one is part of, whether one acknowledges it or not, and that we are always part of something far greater, and not in a theistic term of a higher power, but that just simply we are constantly surrounded by things that are doing extraordinary things all of the time that we barely even notice. And for me, as I said in the talk, that what I understand to be one of the greatest problems with the world is the feeling of helplessness that most people have in the face of what feel like the inability to do almost anything at all. And that leads directly to the feelings of fear, which turns into anger, that dominate. There's the dominant tenor of the world today. And that, I think, is something that really is actually we can talk about, we can address. The lack of agency, which is a psychological condition that most people feel most of the time, is what is creating the conditions under which things like fascism and war thrive. I genuinely believe that feelings, the developing feelings of agency, through our relationship with the world and through learning about how to actively change the world in ways that you would like to see, really practically, which means, it's not things like going on demonstrations and stuff like this, as important as those things are, but it's things like building better worlds physically. That changes one's position, and in time that has an effect.
Thank you, James. We'll go to the lady here in the first row, and then to you in the green shirt in the second row.
In a way, my question was already kind of answered or preempted, but I want to still come back to the agency part. It's very loud.
It's not, it's okay.
Okay,
Yeah, it's okay.
And to the notion of brokenness we spoke about briefly yesterday, because my question is similar, like how do you extend these approaches, I don't know how to call them, to those that you mentioned, to those who feel like they lack agency?
Well, the answer is that you do it. Like, I mean, I genuinely don't have a better answer than that. Like, you can teach and learn these things and share techniques or whatever it is that you're doing. Like, I make no greater claim for it than that. Like, I showed you what I'm doing, and that is what I'm doing. Like, there's ways to collectivize these things at certain scales, but the kind of work that I'm talking about is inherently at small scale. It's not. It's a particular kind of work. All these different kinds of work are important and matter. But Yeah, I think for me this is the work. But one thing I would say, which wasn't quite your question, but I think it's important to state, is all the things I've talked about, they are doable almost anywhere in various different forms. I mean, like super practically. I'm doing all this crap with seagrass because I've got seagrass on the beaches, but you can do the same thing with like hay or hemp or like whatever you have lying around, right? There's a kind of fetishization of materials and a lot of sustainable stuff like this, but it actually doesn't matter. You can use it's all just matter, right? It's just stuff. Use the stuff around you. And you can do it in urban context as much as you can do it in rural context, right? Like, this isn't about going off some fantasy of retreat from the world. That's a really important part of this as well. It's like none of this is about like disappearing into the forest, away from everything, because you can do the work anywhere. And it takes different forms. And even the energy community stuff I was talking about, like you can do those in cities, in various scales. So all of this work is doable in various forms anywhere.
Thank you. Yeah, I see too many hands now, unfortunately. So next time, be very quick. Don't wait for me. The question was here in the second row, right? Can you raise the hand again? No, be in front of you. The lady in the green, didn't you raise the hand first? No, you didn't. Then the person behind you. But just a disclaimer, since we are again running out of time, this will be the last question. Then we have a 20 minutes break, and then we continue with David Wengrow's lecture. For those who still have questions there, you can see James is a very open person, although he might be an introvert as well. Don't bother him too much, but you can pose a question maybe later or give a hug. Please, last question.
Okay.
No hugs, okay.
If I counted question marks, I have two. The first, rather for me, if I understood correctly, you went to Greece because it's the place where you can experience all the spasms of the ecological crisis. And the second question, which is rather for the plenary discussion, is you kind of would you say it's doable everywhere, but that's the point how you learn to react to all these crises. Is this correct?
I didn't quite understand the second part.
The second part is if you went to Greece because you think that's the place where you have to be to experience the change. Did you? I don't know.
Oh.
No.
So okay, I get it. No, I didn't go to Greece for that. I went to Greece by accident. I went on holiday and never came home.
Okay.
It happened because it's happening everywhere, and I noticed. I would say this. Because I have had to think a lot to sort of, in order to justify why I stayed there. This doesn't preclude doing the work everywhere, but I do have this very strong feeling that Greece is the future in a particular set of ways. I just like to say this, because Greece is often viewed as being the past. It's like the source of things, the democracy, all this stuff. It's where all the ancient bits are. And it's not, it's the future, because there's a line in Amitav Ghosh's great book, The Great Derangement, where he says that he says that climate change inverts the temporal order of modernity, right? By which he's saying that in the past, like the future was created in cities, in the great metropolitan centers, and that the future kind of flowed out towards the periphery. But now the future is happening at the periphery, right? The Arctic, the deep ocean, the desert, these are the places in which the future is happening faster. They're the places that's warming faster, and that is now a return back towards the metropole. And so, you know, I happened to arrive in Greece in 2015 at the height of the migration movement, which was climate-driven, which continues to be climate-driven. And, you know, the things that happened in Greece in the last decade, the kind of mass migration, the financial collapses, disaster capitalism, the rise of fascism, all of these things are the things that are coming for everyone. So it's an interesting place to do this stuff, but it's not the only place by a long way. You know, and actually, I really didn't decide. Or I found myself there before I started thinking about these things, right? And then I decided to stay because that's where I found myself, and I decided to root myself to that. I'm building a wooden house on a dry island on a warming planet, which is probably a dumbass thing to do. But it's but it means you have to get into it, right? I mean, you have to think about it and you have to engage it, and that's what we've decided to do. But I really, really want to stress, this is not about disappearing off to somewhere else. It's like you can do this stuff everywhere.
Thanks so much, James, and thank you all for the questions. 20 minutes break, and then we see you here.
David might start giving your lecture.
On blue paper, right?
Jeden, dva, tri. Jeden, dva. Aha, aha. Welcome back. People are still entering. That's nice to see, although you should have been here already. So I'm really happy and excited to announce our next lecturer and next speaker. He comes from Britain. Many of you probably already know about his work, but if not, I will just give a very brief one-hour introduction. His name is David Wengrow. He's a British archaeologist and professor of comparative archaeology at the Institute of Archaeology at the University College of London. He has, you will see very soon why we invited an archaeologist, I hope as well. I mean, if I may improvise a bit and give this one-hour lecture before, if we didn't have archaeology, we would also lack a lot of knowledge about personal relationships, families, and love to a certain degree as well. So I think archaeology is definitely something which is very useful also for this topic. David Wengrow, besides teaching at the university, writing books, has conducted archaeological fieldwork in Africa and the Middle East mainly, and is the author of books including The Archaeology of Early Egypt, Social Transformations in Northeast Africa from 10,000 to 2065 BC, then What Makes Civilization, some other books as well. I don't want to take too much time, but I guess most of you know him from the important work he has done together with David Graeber and their common book, The Dawn of Everything, which you can find. I saw it outside at the bookstand, both in English and German, and I strongly recommend you to read it to get a different understanding of history and prahistory than the usual stupidities by Harari or Steven Pinker. Yeah, without further introduction, the original lecture was called Freedom, Revolution and Love, but similar to some other speakers, he slightly changed the topic, and he will now introduce you and tell us why. Again, after the lecture, I invite you all to stay and you have opportunity to ask questions. So please, a big applause for David Wengrow.
This is the first time that I'm giving a public talk in Vienna, but things could have been very different. I want to thank Srečko and my hosts for the invitation. They tell me that the theme of love has been debated, investigated, and reconsidered here at the Wiener Festwochen for the past 5 weeks. Love, and also what they are calling revolutionary love. This evening, we're asked to gather, and I'm astonished that anybody has come inside. We're asked to gather like the noble friends of Plato's Symposium, to engage in a contest of wits about what these words, including friendship, really mean. My position is that neither love nor friendship has any real meaning without freedom. And for me, there can be only one place to begin making my case, which is right here, on the ground where I'm standing. Not just because I am an archaeologist and I like to dig below the surface of things, but because it was here, in Vienna, that my ancestors lost their freedom, as well as many of their friends and loved ones. In February 1937, at the age of 17, my mother's father helped to organize a public demonstration to mark the 3rd anniversary of the February uprising in this city, which, as you know, formed part of the Austrian Civil War, where the remnants of the Republican Schutzbund made their last stand against the dictatorship of Dollfuss. He was arrested on a charge of endangering the fatherland, which you've promised me will not happen this evening, and put on trial, and after his release, his father urged him to leave the country for his safety, which he did. So my mother was born a child of Austrian exiles in Jerusalem, then under British colonial rule. Her mother's father had served in a Hungarian artillery unit during World War I. He was a social democrat, a Jew, and a critic of the Zionist movement. After World War II, he and my grandparents returned here to Vienna, where my mother grew up in the 1950s in the Brigittenau, near the banks of the Danube. In the 1960s, she emigrated from Austria to England, where I was born and raised. With all this in mind, I initially thought to call my talk Beware of Revolutionary Love. I make no apology for the sometimes morbid tone and content of what I want to say. It comes from a personal conviction that the connections between love, friendship, and freedom rest on a common foundation, which is truth. As my late, you haven't missed anything, this was all preamble. Now the talk starts. As my late co-author, the anthropologist David Graeber, liked to point out, freedom and friendship are connected. The English word free comes from a Germanic root, meaning friend. Language was once a primary medium through which scholars sought to reconstruct the earliest forms of human society. Within the same family of languages, correspondences among terms found in ancient literature, the Vedas, the Avesta, the Old Norse sagas, for example, were taken as evidence of foundational social concepts which came before the written sources and often even before the invention of writing. Where institutions are concerned, the archaeology of language preceded the archaeology of things. And questions of this sort have always been more than just matters of intellectual curiosity. For at least the last 150,000 years, language provided a symbolic system through which human beings transmit their internal thoughts to other humans. The conventional meanings that we attach to such symbols, or what linguists call their semantic range, have a bearing on our collective capacity to imagine new forms of value and social relations. The relationships among words do not come out of thin air, but they're constantly evolving, drifting further apart or converging through patterns of use. In fact, the connection between freedom and friendship cannot really be understood without also factoring in slavery. Germanic languages are known from early Gothic sources, the oldest of which predate the fall of the Western Roman Empire in the year 476. As suppliers of captives to that empire, the Germanic tribes of Northern Europe were no doubt familiar with Roman slavery and the principle that a human being could be treated as a form of property, a living tool to be used in any manner that his owner or her owner saw fit. In legal terms, to be a slave under the imperium of Rome was to be reduced to a thing. In Latin, the word is res. For the slave, this meant trying to survive a form of existence in which the body is present, but the social person is absent, since all such ties to one's community were severed at the point of enslavement. An extension of the master's chattels or belongings, slaves were legally prevented from forming relationships with anyone else. Of course, in practice, victims of Roman chattel slavery found ways to transcend their ascribed status, just as people in such situations often do. We might even see the connection between freedom and friendship in this light. What might it mean to conceive of these things as being closely related, not just as historical or linguistic facts, but in practice, in the contemporary world? I want to suggest that these two aspects of the problem, the historical and the political, are more closely intertwined than we tend to think. In fact, the moment you start looking more closely at the connection between freedom and friendship in European languages, something strange, disturbing even, rears its head. Let's consider the matter. Since the 1960s, the standard source for doing this has been the Dictionary of Indo-European Concepts and Society, compiled by the French semiotician Émile Benveniste. Book 1 of the dictionary considers terms for friendship under 3 headings: gift and exchange, hospitality, and personal loyalty. The latter includes a comparison between Old and Modern Slavic drugu, which signifies friend or companion, and the Gothic term drachti, which denotes a soldier or a member of a warrior troop. A question immediately arises in connection with freedom, since in many cultures the term soldier is synonymous with slavish obedience, and so has just the opposite connotations. Soldier is a person who follows orders. Before going any further, a little background may be useful. In the 1930s, the field of Indo-European linguistics had become entangled scientifically and politically with doctrines of Aryan racial supremacy, and the search for an Indo-European homeland, or Urheimat, from whence this superior race of people had supposedly emerged and then spread across the world through force of arms and conquest. Under fascism, the search for an Indo-European homeland became the main reason for studying such things in the first place. It seems important to recall at the present time that scientists who pursued such questions were convinced of their objectivity and of their own capacity to rewrite the story of human antiquity based on hard data. Benveniste was born in the Syrian city of Aleppo in 1902 to a family of Sephardic Jews. After their move to Paris, he initially attended a rabbinical college before enrolling to study linguistics at the École pratique des hautes études. He survived the Second World War by fleeing to Switzerland, before returning to Paris and resuming his position as professor of comparative grammar in the Collège de France. Given this background, it's hardly surprising that Benveniste tried to distance his methods from those of his fascist predecessors in the field of Indo-European studies, confining his interest, and I quote, to the formation and organization of the vocabulary of institutions, as opposed to the history or the spread of the institutions themselves. Despite these intentions, one often finds his dictionary straying into similar terrain. Take an example. Discussing the common root of terms for freedom and what he calls warrior companionship, Benveniste observes that some such relationship was, and I quote again, characteristic of ancient Germanic society. Young men from different families would attach themselves of their own free will to a charismatic chief, thus forming a retinue. Within such groups, which Tacitus calls comites, companions would compete to occupy first place alongside their leader, while leaders competed for the best and the most numerous followers. As a supernatural counterpart to these groups, Benveniste, now referencing Norse saga, evoked the companions of the god Wotan, or Odin, fallen warriors and vengeful ancestors who come back each year in the Yuletide festivities as a host of masked demons, what he calls an eruption of the dead among the living. Now, obviously, by this point, we've come quite a long way from the comparison of phonemes and lexemes and adverbs and that sort of linguistic thing. A relationship between the German frei, free, and Freund, friend, is addressed in Book 3 of the dictionary, under the heading, The Free Man. And it leads Benveniste directly back to the topic of warriors, and what he calls, and I quote, a primitive notion of liberty as belonging to a closed group of those who call one another friends, thus distinguishing themselves both from strangers and from slaves. This primitive connection, he observes a bit mysteriously, is still felt. Originally, he suggests such free groups formed an exclusive stock or class within their respective societies, working through terms in Greek, Latin, Slavic, and Sanskrit. He comes full circle to evoke an ancient association between freedom, friendship, and what he calls closed fraternities forged in battle, rather than by ties of kinship or family. What's really going on in these passages of the dictionary? To answer this question, we must delve into some of the murkier ideas about human freedoms that emerged in Europe around the start of the 20th century. And it seems important to me to do this because these ideas have recently been enjoying something of a revival, alongside a renewed scientific quest for an Indo-European homeland and the genetic origins of the Indo-Europeans. Maybe the best way to begin is by telling a story. It's a story that achieved astonishing popularity in Europe in the early decades of the 20th century. Such was its impact that the effects of this story on the political imagination still reverberate to this day. Viewed from one perspective, it is a story of what we might call revolutionary love. From another perspective, it's quite the opposite. For ease of reference, let's just call it the story of the men-only warrior band. This is how it goes. Liberty, this story begins, had its first dawn in archaic systems of male bonding. Deep in Europe's half-forgotten past, and for the first time ever in human history, political associations formed on the basis of what German scholars of feudalism termed Gefolgschaft. To begin with, the bonds between leaders and their followers were voluntary in nature. Followers chose to give their loyalty, and if a leader became weak or failed them in battle, they were free to offer fealty to another lord. In the beginning, the story goes, these forms of association were restricted to adolescent boys or young men out in the wilderness, outside the domain of family and the home. Such youths formed bonds of a type that was alien to so-called Oriental civilization, where politics remained embedded in the city and in domestic relations among men and women, or among younger and older generations of the same family. What gave Europe its unique destiny, the story continues, was that historical moment when it broke away from the shackles of family, kinship, and custom, which supposedly remained in place for the rest of humanity. Often this moment was identified with the fall of the Western Roman Empire and the rise of the early Christian church. The former cleared the way for open competition among local leaders, while also leaving behind tools of rational governance. The latter introduced the monogamous nuclear family into tribal societies, and therefore the separation of kinship from politics. Only after these things had happened, the story tells us, could people freely give their loyalty and even their lives in combat for an extended community of strangers, thus forming a nation. Only then, it goes on, could true political freedoms become established. Everything from democratic assemblies and free cities to competitive markets, craft guilds, and universities. Again, supposedly, this marked a fundamental break with everything that had happened before in human history, laying the basis for modern science and civilization. It all began, however, with the creation of a ritual and political space that was exclusively male. In German, the Männerbund, or male band. As I say, certain elements of this story have never really gone away. But where exactly does it come from? The answers turn out to be surprising, not least because they begin in Africa. To begin with, the identification of the male band as a primitive political institution had very little to do with the field of Indo-European studies. In fact, it originates with ethnographic studies undertaken in Germany's colonial southwest, which today is Namibia, and in so-called German East Africa, today Tanzania, Burundi, and Rwanda. In 1902, an ethnologist called Heinrich Schurz published a book based largely on data collected in those countries, drawing comparisons with other supposedly primitive groups in Australia and the Americas. The book was called Altersklassen und Männerbinde, Age Classes and Male Bands, and its first English translation appeared just recently, in the year 2023. Schurz's book quickly became a major talking point in anthropological circles, discussed and critiqued by luminaries like Emil Durkheim, Marcel Mauss, and Robert Loy, not least for its proposed alternative to primitive matriarchy as the original political condition of human societies. Among these so-called simple societies, its author claimed to have discovered nothing less than the fundamental forms of human political association. Those, he maintained, consisted of temporary coalitions of male youths of a similar age, but drawn together from different clans and lineages. Such groups formed initiation societies, fraternities or men's houses, which were physically set apart from ordinary living quarters. In such secret locations, they went through collective rites of passage in which masculine values were given free rein, away from the influence of innate female tendencies, among which Schurz counted a preference for staying at home, a tendency to indulge in flights of fancy, and supposedly an innate female constitutional disdain for logic, which itself seems a rather illogical move on his part, since his whole argument is that male initiation rites comprised irrational acts of violence undertaken in an ecstatic state of frenzy. According to Schurz, the male war band devoted part of the year to activities like hunting, reciting tales, and training for combat. But at other times, its members donned the skins of wild animals and launched lightning raids on nearby settlements, bursting in on their unwitting neighbors and committing acts of looting, murder, and rape. Importantly, Schurz noted, it was considered legitimate for members of the Männerbund to do such things, since their cadets were neither fully within nor fully outside the bounds of society, but operated in a completely separate moral field. As Durkheim pointed out, there were all kinds of logical and empirical problems with Schurtz's account, and we don't need to explore those here. To begin with, as I say, his contemporaries tended to discuss the whole matter in terms of modern-day survivals of primitive practices buried deep in Europe's own past. Schurz himself, however, had other ambitions. He began to draw comparisons with secret societies from Germany's own recent history and invoked the police functions of such groups as guardians of a sacred death cult or Totenkult. At times, his book even encourages the reader to embrace such values as an antidote to what he viewed as the problem of women's suffrage in Germany and the resulting feminization of national politics. It is not the family, Schurz wrote, and I quote, but rather the free association of male bands that constitute the progressive and culture-forming foundations of society and are the vehicle of almost all higher cultural developments, end quote. As discussed by the historian of religion and gender relations, Ulrike Brunotte, what happened next had at least as much to do with the crisis of contemporary German society as with the ancient past. Humiliation at Versailles, the confiscation of overseas colonies, coupled with the rise of feminism, the gay rights movement, and demands for women's participation in national politics, were all unfolding amid conservative fears over the corruption of Germany's social fabric by new waves of immigration from the East, and a popular scandal surrounding Kaiser Wilhelm II's alleged involvement with the so-called homosexual circle of friends. And of course, it's worth recalling that Berlin in the 1920s was considered a haven of sexual permissiveness and gender emancipation. Its clubs were frequented by the likes of W.H. Auden, Christopher Isherwood, and all this was by contrast with London, where a long shadow was cast by the trials and punishment of Oscar Wilde. From out of that heady mixture emerged a masculinist backlash. Its proponents sought to cast Jews as effeminate interlopers, corrupting an otherwise healthy Aryan nation. Some of them, notably the sexologist Hans Blücher, also tried to co-opt the gay rights movement in Germany for an anti-feminist, anti-Semitic agenda. In the early decades of the 20th century, this movement came to focus upon a new model of national unity, the Männerbund, infused with values of heroism and revolutionary love for a charismatic leader. Reviving this model, they hoped, would act as a necessary counterforce to bourgeois politics, which they viewed as increasingly wedded to feminine values and impersonal bureaucracy, for which Jews were also blamed. In the year that Schurz's book was published, Blücher, aged 14, was himself inducted into the Wandervogel youth movement and at once began to write its history. The result, 10 years later, by which time Blücher had absorbed the works of Sigmund Freud, and actually he corresponded with Freud on a number of occasions. The result was a national bestseller in Germany, called in English The German Wandervogel, as an erotic phenomenon. Blücher's central argument was that a healthy nation should be based on the rejection of parental authority and city life, which meant a return to unspoiled nature, but also on a revolutionary new concept, the love between friends. What he meant by this was homoerotic companionship fostered in same-sex groups. Alongside his writing, he also campaigned for the decriminalization of homosexuality, while at the same time advocating for the expulsion of women and Jews from German political life. After Germany's military defeat in 1918, Bleuer began popularizing the concept of the Männerbund more assertively. He drew on Schurz's work, but added a number of twists. These included, predictably, a new element of homoeroticism and a downplaying of the male band's existence in Africa. In Bleuer's hands, the Männerbund became a unique gift of Nordic and Germanic culture, and Brunotte refers to all this as a case of what she calls colonial transfer. Bleuer himself was considered more of a sort of popular agitator than a serious scholar. But such ideas also influenced the work of prominent researchers in the burgeoning field of Indo-European linguistics, among them Otto Höfler in Germany, Stig Vikander in Sweden, and Jan de Vries in Holland. Höfler trained in German philology, becoming a member of the Nazi Ahnenerbe in 1936. Expelled from the University of Munich in 1945, he later took up a professorial position here at the University of Vienna, which he retained until 1971. Both Höfler and Vikander wrote extensively on the institution of the Aryan Männerbund and its symbolism of the wolf pack, whose members enter a state of ecstatic fury in battle, like the berserkers of Old Norse legend. When Balvanist then wrote a generation later about closed fraternities forged in combat, he wasn't starting from a blank slate. Given its origins in a rather confused episode of German colonial history, it seems remarkable to me how tenacious this particular complex of ideas and symbols has turned out to be. One of the really striking things, to me at least, about this literature is its morbid obsession with male forms of companionship, love, violence, and death as the exclusive basis for political association, or even, paradoxically, as core symbols of political liberty. The persistence of symbols like the wolf pack is often taken to indicate something slightly mysterious is going on here. And it seems an unavoidable human trait to associate mystery with power, when actually we could just as well be dealing with a stunning lack of originality or political creativity on the part of fascists. Why then do such ideas keep coming back? Since we're dealing with a phenomenon that originated in the early 20th century, it may be useful to turn to a thinker from the same era. In Crowds and Power, the Bulgarian author Elias Canetti reflected on the strange alchemy that causes a disorganized mass of human beings to become an obedient herd, whether a victorious mob or lambs to the slaughter. To achieve this, Canetti suggests, what you really need is discipline at the center, a group, usually small in scale, whose individual members are poised to act and absolutely committed to their task. To an outsider, they appear as one, unified in their actions, like members of a wolf pack. Canetti called these groups crowd crystals. He also speculated about their origins in seasonal hunting parties, male initiation sets, or groups of mourners who gather around the tomb of a fallen war leader. The clarity, isolation, and constancy of the crystal, Canetti wrote, forms an uncanny contrast with the excited flux of the surrounding crowd. Was this then a purely modern phenomenon? A creation of late industrial mass society? Or was it the eruption of something primordial into the heart of modern civilization? Despite his allusions to so-called tribal societies in Africa, Australia and Amazonia, it seems hard to avoid the conclusion that what Canetti really had in mind here were the youth brigades who formed the vanguard of fascist parties on the streets of Vienna, where he lived until 1938. Canetti noted the strange persistence of these social units in history. Once in place, they never seem to go away. Even when their political projects fail, the costumed band of warriors shrinks back into the shadows of society or shifts sideways into spaces of make-believe, gaming, and play, along with its familiar symbols, awaiting a comeback. But is this too just another illusion of eternity, a mask, a game of political make-believe? Perhaps the larger question here is whether political movements grounded in concepts of freedom and love are always somehow doomed to end up this way, with warped fantasies of violence and sexual domination. Arguably, what's most damaging about the stories of the kind I've been telling is how they invert the very meaning of words like freedom, friendship, and love. Today, the task of undoing this conceptual damage seems to have become urgent. One way to begin may be to look with fresh eyes at the possible range of meanings and functions attached to such terms in human history, including in the history of societies where Indo-European languages were, or still are, spoken. Benveniste himself shows the way. In the dictionary, you can also find another story of freedom and friendship, which begins with the Greek term xenia and its correspondence in Latin, Gothic, Slavic, Sanskrit, and Persian. These are the terms hostis, gasts, gospodi, atiti, and erman. All of them refer to bonds of friendship, which echo through generations and begin with acts of hospitality to those who are otherwise considered strangers or even enemies, enemies with no rights, no protection, nor any means of existence. Aryaman is the Indo-Iranian god of hospitality who presides over the process of asylum and ensures that the one who receives is not the master of the guest. Let the guest, then, be a god, since any stranger may turn out to be a god in disguise. In such small acts of refuge and welcome lie the seeds of another world. I'll stop there. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Thanks so much, David. And since I, beside philosophy, studied also linguistics and did my readings on Benveniste, I was really waiting for Xenia, for Xenos, because at the beginning I didn't know whether you would come there. And I think it would also bring us into, more philosophy. I don't want to go there. Jacques Derrida, hospitality as unconditional hospitality, and something which we should recover today, definitely. But I'm not here to monopolize the questions. I have opportunities to ask you questions, so please.
Ask you a question?
Oh my God, no. Yeah, of course.
Can I have a glass of water?
Yes. Can I ask maybe someone, or I'll just bring you a glass of, James will bring you a glass of water. Yes, I thought it would be a question on Benveniste, and then you would see what a bad linguist I am. Any questions? I'm sure, yeah, I can see a question already behind. Yes, please.
What are we learning for today?
Sorry?
What are we learning from all of this for today and the future?
Yeah, so we need water, that's one lesson. Big suspense.
Sorry, who asked the question?
There behind, maybe you can just wave.
Yes, me.
Oh, hi.
Hi, I'm Marie.
Hello.
What are we learning for today and the future from all of this?
Yeah, I mean, there's one Indo-European, actually Indo-Iranian language, which I didn't mention at all, which is Kurdish. And actually, what I'm referring to at the end of my speech is actually something that's really happening right now in the autonomous regions of northern Syria. Actually, right in the hypothetical cauldron where so-called Proto-Indo-European and Anatolian languages met, what you have going on today, as opposed to the reconstruction of dead languages, is a process of language revival in the Kurdish freedom movement. And I believe there was actually a session in this very festival, because I found it in the book, which is exactly about the concepts I've been talking about. And the term is, and I probably pronounced this badly, although I did talk to my friend Elif Sarajan this morning in London, and she wrote it down, but she didn't tell me how to say it. But it's something like Hevjiani Azad. And this is from your festival. And it says, our relationships are in crisis. Those with each other, those with other societies, those with nature, and those in the world. Hev Jiana Azad in Kurdish means living together in freedom. It's exactly about an attempt to actually apply, first of all, to change the terms, so to try to unravel this rather toxic combination of language and political concepts, which has been extracted, let's say, from the archive of Indo-European languages, and to actually create a conceptual language which is different. And I am by no means the qualified person to talk about that, but they did. They ran a session here of the Genealogy Center where they talked about this and its emergence from the Kurdish women's movement. And I'll just read you the last bit. A bit of the last bit. The Kurdish women's movement considers every human responsible for actively addressing their own ways, because fighting for a liberated society also means liberating oneself. In patriarchy, this means unmasking and collectively overcoming one's own forms of male-dominant behavior. Approaches of the Kurdish freedom movement are shared and discussed in this workshop to collectively explore what a free man might be. So exactly the same category that Benveniste was talking about. So I don't think these are purely matters of historical curiosity.
Thank you very much. We still have time. We're a bit late with the schedule, but we still have time for questions. Please raise your hands. Sorry, you need a mic if you're posing a question. We didn't hear you. But there you have a, well, yeah, exactly. Please.
Yes, hi, thank you. This might be a stupid question, or maybe you mentioned also in your talk. I think you mentioned the break from the Roman Empire to Christianity, right? And you said with this it came like a focus on the family. Do you think it also suppressed like the fact that we are products of bigger social relations, maybe also relations to the environment, and this fact is suppressed until nowadays in liberalism, that we are these product of these bigger relations?
Well, I don't personally believe that story. For me, I would see it more as part of a sort of grand mythology about the supposed destruction of so-called clan or tribal, the whole fabric of tribal societies in Northern Europe, and supposedly it's replacement over a period of many centuries by the monogamous nuclear family. But actually, first of all, this is based on a totally romanticized notion of what a tribal society is. If you actually look at anthropological studies and so on of societies that have been labeled that way in other parts of the world, they're really not at all the way you might imagine. And actually, many of them, it's actually something I'm working on at the moment, many of them have very highly structured and very sophisticated concepts of friendship. I mean, we tend to think of friendship as a sort of individual voluntaristic thing. You're my friend until you're not my friend. But actually, friendship and sort of cognate terms has been developed in all kinds of more sophisticated ways, which are never talked about in relation to Northern Europe. These can include ways of creating peace. For example, you may have bonds of friendship which allow an enemy in war to come into your territory, even in the heat of war, of battle, which is then a route to making peace. This idea that tribal societies are somehow trapped in some world of biological kinship, and that the fall of the Roman Empire and early Christianity somehow released Northern European societies from those bonds, I think is really largely a fantasy. And the flip side of that fantasy is this sort of romantic idea that at the same time we lost touch with nature and we started to live in this sort of disenchanted world. I don't really buy any of it.
I see a question here in the second row, and thank you for the people bringing the mics. Yes?
Thank you. Concerning the theory you were talking about, how man bonds came into being, it was very astonishing for me that half of humanity is missing there, namely the women.
Yeah, that was the whole idea.
Mm-hmm.
It's like having birth without women, you know?
Yes.
Second birth.
With that, I would come to my second remark or question. What does this theory say about why the need, in quote marks, was there concerning some young men or older men to place themselves more or less out of the bonds of families and kinship and so on? What was the cause, or why was the need there? Thank you.
Thank you. You're asking me to rationalize something that, in my opinion, is fundamentally irrational. I wouldn't go looking for any logic here. You know, when you read Durkheim's review of Schutz, he points out that what he's saying is largely incoherent. I mean, you're welcome to try and look for some kind of logic in it, but personally, I can't find any whatsoever. Ideally, it would have been, you know, if the scientific establishment worked the way it's supposed to work, it's one of those ideas that just would have been thrown in the garbage almost immediately and forgotten about. But of course, that's not the way it works.
Thank you. We still have time for one more question, which is coming from James Bridle. Please.
Thank you for that wonderful talk, and I know this question wasn't the direct subject of it, but I can't help but ask it since you mentioned it. Do you think there has been an estrangement from the natural world, the one you just touched upon? If not, well, if so, when did it happen?
I'm very skeptical about any kind of attempt to draw a sort of binary distinction between nature and culture. Because as researchers like Philippe Descola have shown at great length, the distinction is one of relatively recent derivation. It comes out of a particular European tradition. And it can be juxtaposed with numerous other perceptions of the world, which he classes into 4 different categories. The one that you've just referred to, he would call naturism, nature versus culture, in a sort of hierarchy. And then there's animism, which we talked about over dinner, totemism, and what he calls analogism, and some people would argue that there's a whole bunch of other perspectives. So I think what you're referring to is a really multifaceted process in which I don't personally see a kind of threshold moment as such in which all of humanity, I mean, I think we're talking about highly localized processes, very tightly interwoven with imperialism and colonialism. So no, I don't think there is sort of a tipping point at which we as a species lost, and of course there are many groups today who I think would object to the idea that they've lost their understanding of the non-human world around them.
Thank you very much, David, and thank you very much to the audience. We will continue immediately with a conversation between Eva Ilus and Eva Maria Concet. I will announce it briefly. Please remain seated. After the next conversation, we will have a short break, and then we will have the choir for all of us to enjoy some revolutionary love music. Thanks a lot, David. A big applause. Okay, so first of all, thank you all a lot for the last 2 days and for your patience, for your inspiring questions, for your interest in this topic. I'm really grateful to all of you, and I'm really also happy to announce our next speakers and our next guest as a sort of grand finale, and then later the choir of this 2 days symposium. Eva Ilus is one of the most celebrated and acclaimed sociologists of our contemporary age. Me personally, but also many others, have learned a lot from her explorations on the relationship between love and capitalism, her demythologization of romantic love, and in which way consumer culture appropriates love and turns it into something else. She's the director of studies at the School for Advanced Studies in Social Sciences in Paris and senior professor of theory of emotions and modernity at the Zeppelin University. Several of her major works include Cold Intimacies, The Making of Emotional Capitalism, Why Love Hurts, Hardcore Romance, Emotions as Commodities, and most recently, The Emotional Life of Populism, one book, and the other book which just came out, I think in German, I'm not sure whether it's already there in English, it's called Explosive Modernity. Also similar to all other speakers, you can find most of these books, I think, in German outside, so I also encourage you to check it out and read it. The next event is imagined as a conversation between Eva Ilus and Eva Maria Concet, who is the editor-in-chief of Falter, a journalist and an author, who will now both join us on stage. And as always, you will have an opportunity after this conversation to pose your questions. I'll just check the water, but you can freely come and you can welcome them with an applause. Thank you.
So we wait for the water.
Yes, and I think one mic is missing as well.
No, I have mine, and Eva, this is yours. I have mine.
Yeah.
I am super prepared.
I don't need to, yeah.
Yeah. Good evening, dear all. Perhaps revolutionary love lies in simplicity, and maybe this is what it makes it hard right from the beginning. For me, one of the purest definitions of love still is to be found in the Bible. The line says, "If two lie together, they keep warm, but how can one keep warm alone?" It is a line from the book of Ecclesiastes. In German, it should be the Buch Kohelet. The Bible may be a powerful source of wisdom, but it's not always the most reliable one, especially when we think of a rather scientific approach. This is why we did not invite a cleric, but we invited Eva Ilus. Thank you very much for being here. I am the one to be asking the questions. That is the easier part. Eva is going to have all the answers on this crazy little thing called love. Eva, the very first one. When and how did it all get so complicated?
Well, okay. So first, allow me to say the context of the answer, which is to do a sociology of love. When we use terms like freedom and love, I think we use them having in mind such obviously moral meanings that we forget these concepts, these ideas, these words have a sociology. So there is a sociology of love, which means its meaning changes, which means people don't love in the same way, which means class, gender, etc. Has an impact on the feeling and the expression of love. It means love as a collective fantasy also does not play the same role in different periods. It means love and political and economic structures changes, and so on and so forth. So I just want to say this before I respond. And by the way, I mean, I don't know if you're going to ask me questions about freedom, but I would have exactly the same.
I will.
Okay, so I would have exactly the same approach to freedom. It's not some kind of lofty idea in the blue, beautiful skies of morality. For me, freedom is, again, something that has techniques, that has institutions, that has very specific practices, and so on and so forth. So sociologists are not fun people to be around because they don't, they tend not to believe in the stuff that most people believe in. Okay, having said that, I go back to your question. Why or when has it become so complicated? So first, allow me also to substitute the word complicated with another word, and it would be the word complex. So complexity theory is a very established field. I know absolutely nothing about. It's in computational theory. It's a very fancy field, but there is a more simple, respectable meaning of complexity, which I will use here, which is I think the meaning that Friedrich Hayek gave to it. And it is the idea that when a phenomenon has a lot of variables, and these variables interact with each other, it becomes very difficult to predict. So, for example, cancerous cells or traffic jam are prototypical examples of complex phenomenon. So I would say, indeed, that one of the sociological characteristics of romantic love is that it has become a complex system, by which I mean that if you look at a couple, each unit of the couple has become a unit that is increasingly defined by its needs, a certain amount of needs, a certain amount of desires, a certain amount of psychological characteristics. It did not used to be that way at all. So what I contrast complexity or this type of individual with is an individual which enters a couple by wanting to fulfill a role. So in this definition I'm giving you, a role is a simple sociological structure. I know in advance what it is. It creates expectations and a path. It creates a path for accomplishing certain actions and saying certain things. And that is in contrast with this new type of individual that is increasingly defined by a multiplicity of psychological characteristics, a multiplicity of needs, a multiplicity of desires, which become lived as if they were the ultimate reality of the individual. They come to acquire a kind of ontological basis. It doesn't need to be that way at all. I mean, a person can very well be a role without this increasing multiplication of needs, desires, psychological traits. So that a couple has become very complex because it is the interaction between two units which have an increasing amount of variables, and these variables must interact with each other. Look at an internet dating site. I mean, not. I think for the all intent and purposes, and maybe I'm mistaken. I think a simple internet dating site would be something like Grindr for gay men, in which the purpose is to have a sexual encounter. There are very few. I mean, the physical traits are much more put forward. And then you have the, I think, largely heterosexual dating sites. Some of them have hundreds of questions about your hobbies, about your personality, about the characteristics you're looking for in another person. You have hundreds of questions. That is complexity. So that would be my response to your question.
What was the game changer? Why is it so different? Why did it become so complex? I will not use the analogy of cancer again, but when has it become so complex, and what does capitalism has to do with it?
Well, I don't mean, when. It's not like the beginning of a war where you can say the day where it starts. So I would not exactly be able to date it. It has to do with the transformation of individualism in the 20th century. I would say that two main forces have contributed to make the individual, two main cultural forces have contributed to make the individual this kind of set of tastes and desires and needs. One is Freudianism, what I call Freudianism. Freudianism is not psychoanalysis, it is a culture. It is the diluted perception of Freud of people as being a set of emotional and instinctual set of desires, explicit, unconscious, and so on and so forth. So Freudianism, which makes us turn inward, look at ourselves, and want to establish who we are through this reflexive turn inward. The other large cultural force, which has broken down the individual into a set of tastes, is consumer culture. And so consumer culture has been the main force whereby we have become redefined by our consumer patterns, our hobbies. I mean, most people take their hobbies, their leisure practices extremely seriously. So I had a friend just very recently, like last week. He was, I found it really interesting. He was saying to me, I take cycling very seriously, and my new girlfriend doesn't seem to be that much into bicycling. I don't think I'm going to stay with her. So that is that's somebody who takes his hobbies very seriously.
You were once asked which philosopher influenced your work the most, especially when it came to love, and then you answered Max Weber. You have to explain why Max Weber, that we know as being an economist, trying to explain us why capitalism was brought to us and why Protestants were very good at it, how he could help you understand the concept of modern love.
So you said he was a philosopher and an economist. I would say he's a sociologist, but he's all of that together.
It's potatoes. No, I'm sorry.
Why Max Weber? I think, first of all, you know, I am a, how shall I put it? I don't really think I follow one sociologist. I kind of take whatever I need for some question from all sociologists. But I think Max Weber is the one that touches me most because, especially when he was writing, I think he's the one who understood the kind of tragic condition of modernity. And I think I was extremely sensitive to the tragic character of Weber, which you do not find in Marx. Marx has actually a fairly messianic view of history and of what is going to happen. Durkheim also. Durkheim is also a very optimistic interpreter of modernity. In a way, Simmel too, because he thought that freedom was one of the main characteristic of modernity. I think Weber is the one who understands that there is a profound loss in acquiring technological progress, economic abundance, which understands the oppressive character of bureaucracy, which understands also that democracy can lead to dictatorial regimes. By the way, Tocqueville also has a little bit of that, of this kind of profound ambivalence. But Weber took it much further. And with regard to love, I think Weber really, in a way, thought that love was the only, erotic love, was the only refuge from all these phenomena he was describing in modernity as the bureaucracy and the iron cage of capitalism and so on and so forth. And for him, love was the last refuge of the need for irrationality, only that I think he did not know yet how quickly that phenomenon would also become colonized, to use the terminology of Habermas, would become colonized by scientific, disenchanted, bureaucratic forms of thinking and acting. So I think that is one of the reasons why I was so deeply interested in Weber, because of this tragic structure of modernity.
Take us with you on this little journey on what you mean by saying that the sexual revolution was made possible by capitalism, and then capitalism hijacked it.
So I'm not sure. I mean, if I said it, then I was wrong, because I wouldn't say it this way today. I don't think capitalism made possible sexual freedom, because this was the claim to sexual freedom definitely existed in anarchist circles, in communist circles, quite against capitalism. I mean, we heard before of Kollontai, Alexandra Kollontai. Alexandra Kollontai is definitely an example of a fiercely anti-capitalist idea of sexual freedom. Emma Goldman was also another example, but not only. I mean, we have Fourier at the end of the 19th century, who imagines or before the end of the 19th century, who imagines phalansteres, which is an alternative type of social organization in which men and women have sexual freedom. So definitely there is in the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, a type of thinking that is both anti-capitalist and which advocates sexual freedom. Freud will very much contribute, but I think it is Freudianism, again, that will make this thing click in a way, even though the messages were around variously, you know, with sexologists, with feminists, with communists, it was around. And Freud gives it an aura of legitimacy by locating sexuality into the foundation of the psyche, by saying that the family is shot through and through by sexual instincts and desires, and by speaking of the idea of repression and saying that sexual repression leads to neurosis and even mental diseases. So you have now a legitimate view that sexual repression is not good, is something that is harmful. It is no longer equivalent of civilization. There is a kind of anti-civilizational, if you want, impulse in that idea. And it comes in the form of this promotion of sexuality for its own sake. Only that at roughly the same time, what I call scopic industries. Scopic industries is Hollywood, you know, the cinema. The 20th century is characterized, I mean, one of the most dramatic cultural change is the rise of these visual industries. That is, industries that mobilize the gaze and which expose the body of men and women, but especially women. And so these industries will very much, in fact, slowly promote an incredible liberation. Liberation, I hate this word because it supposes something I don't assume, that what is happening is a liberation. It's not a liberation, in my opinion. But what it is doing is that it sexualizes the body of women. It does this, among other things, also because it is a conduit. Movies, Hollywood movies are conduit to also naturalize fashion, the industry of fashion, and prêt-à-porter. And it sexualizes the body of women, and it sexualizes men and women's interactions by putting it on the screen. So the Hollywood industry offers you a romantic and sexual spectacle. And this is, and you associate that or add to this advertising, add to this the billboards that you see in urban settings, which all will increasingly emphasize and stress out the sexuality of women, and after the 70s, 80s, of men as well. And so you have a society that becomes completely saturated, in fact, with sexuality, and which ironically thinks of itself as freeing itself from being free when it performs sexuality, when in fact it is performing, in my opinion, one of the most intensely commodified activities of contemporary society. So this is, I don't know if I wrote it this way, but this is what I meant.
We are here to explore. Romantic love has become then also kind of a mean to sell products, if I understood you correctly. It was by ads, by young, beautiful couples that you could sell pretty much everything. And it was also exploited as this. No?
Yeah, I just said it.
Okay.
I completely agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have this consumerism. I found a very, very nice a quote where you said that without the consumer culture, there would not be any one-night stands. Again, please take us with you on this journey. How did we get from Andy Warhol's Soup to a meaningless hookup?
Okay. So, no, I mean, for sure, one-night stands have always existed. I mean, but certainly not in the form they have. So the one-night stand, again, is, in my opinion, is a very modern cultural form or type of encounter, because first of all, it is true for men and women. Both men and women practice it. And it comes with no normative prohibition. On the contrary, the one-night stand is actually, one could say now, a legitimate part of one's sexual experience, formation of the sexual self, and so on and so forth. I would say that the legitimation of that form is probably after the 1970s. I would say around the 1970s, with what has been called second wave feminism, sexual revolution of the 1960s. Now, what I wanted to say is not that the hookup has been at all provoked by consumer culture. I wouldn't know even how to establish such a strong causal relation. I mean, when sociologists are unable to establish a strong causal relation, so what they say, which is quite convenient, but, you know, that's at least it is a less strong claim than a causal claim. It is simply to say there is a kind of resemblance or affinity between the hookup culture or the one-night stand culture and consumer culture. If I had to explain, let me just do an analogy. Think of a handkerchief, cloth handkerchief, and a Kleenex. Actually, I remember my father and my mother had handkerchiefs in their pocket or their bags. The handkerchief is something you buy, and you buy it, and it can be made of beautiful cloth. You wash it, you reuse it, you iron it, you make sure it has a beautiful cloth. And I don't remember exactly when, I think maybe in the 1970s I discovered Kleenex. So the Kleenex is, it's a one-time use. It's quite cheap. It doesn't need any care. And the whole point of the Kleenex is that it's not reusable. It is to be disposed of. So in a way, I mean, I'm just trying to find an image here to explain what I wanted to say. The hookup is to relationships what the Kleenex is to the handkerchief, something like this. Because the purpose of the characteristic of the hookup is to be a one-time event, and it is not in a way. I think it is literally. The idea of the hookup is to dispose of the person as soon as you have used it in a sexual interaction. I'm not saying now who is using who, I'm just saying this is the purpose, and it is understood to be for, I mean, only for that purpose only. So in that respect, there is an analogy, if you want, an affinity, an analogy between the realm of consumer goods that are disposable and which have to be disposable in order for the consumption to be constantly renewed. That is the point. Consumer culture is not so, I mean, it is about consuming, but it is about disposing before you consume, because the act of disposing enables to renew the cycle of consumption. So in a way, the hookup is also an act of disposing, which enables the continued consumption or renewal of the relationship.
If love has become a commodity, or erotic love has become a commodity, what does this do to society? What consequences do we have to bear?
Commodity, I'm not sure what you mean by that. I don't say that love is a commodity. First of all, I say...
You said it's the most commodified...
Sexuality.
Sexuality, okay.
Not
yeah,
love. It's not the same.
Yeah, erotic love. We know sexuality. When sexuality has become a commodity, or is a trade, is a thing that you can trade, a thing you can dispose of, a thing you can use and reuse, what are the consequences for the society?
I don't know if I can think that big. I think, first of all, there is an immense confusion in the lexicon of what is emancipation. So that in feminism, for example, there has been in the huge debate on pro-sex and sex, I would say, sex dubious people on whether sexuality constitutes or not the site of oppression of women. I think the fact that consumer culture has used so much the lexicon of emancipation and freedom, especially with regard to sexuality, has rendered very confused the identity of women and their relationship to sexuality. I think one of the things that, well, maybe it's no longer the case, I don't know, but definitely the women of my generation were quite confused about the status of sexuality as to, again, whether it was emancipating or actually not at all. So that is something that I would find very important to think about. Another thing is that, I mean, we have to think of all the people who are left out. And have not really thought about this, but you know, I remember one of the first novels of Michel Houellebecq, which is called Extension of the Domain of Struggle. And the hero of that, the main character of that novel is Raphael Tisserand, who is a very unattractive man. He has no sexual capital. I developed this notion of sexual capital. He has almost no sexual capital, and he tries desperately to get laid. And he doesn't know how to do it. He is repulsive to women. They reject him. And he commits suicide at the end. And that is so... That, I think, is quite interesting, and it's true for men and it's true for women as well. The fact that the sexual realm has become something like a market. That is, no intermediaries, it is an encounter of the supply and demand. It was not always like that. I think this realm has become structured like a market, and this is what internet dating sites also are capitalizing on, the fact that it is a market. So in this market, I think there are a lot of people who are left out and who feel incredibly excluded. Why does this matter? For example, incels, the phenomenon of incels. Incels are involuntary celibates. These are men who feel that access to, they have no sexual access to women. And these men seem to be fodder for the extreme right movements. So what I'm trying to say is that this commodification of sexuality defines, standardizes some types as being sexually desirable and stigmatizes many others as being undesirable, not desirable, less desirable. This has to actually, I think, quite an impact, an invisible impact on the sexual field, on the political field, sorry, so that a huge characteristic of the neo-fascist movements that are sweeping the world in the United States, certainly, and that is the case, are fed by a lot of very frustrated, sexually frustrated men. And so, so it is not a direct connection, but I think it is one that is significant and worth paying attention to.
There is one last phenomena I would like to talk to for a couple of minutes. It's the phenomena of ghosting. Ghosting. So we all know, how we behave. We are mindful. We speak correctly. We drink organic coffee. We don't fly. But we are no longer willing to bear the emotional cost of a proper goodbye. Why is that? Because we can, or?
So, yeah, ghosting. I mean, it is, I think, one of my critique of this contemporary state of romantic relationships is that the concept of freedom, of sexual freedom, has entailed a kind of anomie. Anomie for Durkheim is the absence of norms. So absence of norms means we can do just about whatever we want, because sexual relationships have become the site, really, of a kind of aggressive freedom. I would call this a kind of aggressive freedom in which what I want is absolutely primary, and it is primary in a very legitimate way. And it is interesting to note that while we are hyper-conscious and ethical individuals, this is what your question contained, in many domains, we are extremely mindful of our consumer patterns, of checking the label of the coffee we consume, and so on and so forth. We can be extremely cruel in sexual relationships in a way that doesn't feel problematic at all, in a way that seems simply to express our desire for freedom. So ghosting is simply stopping to respond to someone's messages, to someone we were in touch with before, thereby, in fact, betraying the elementary codes, I think, of social life. And that is one of the, I think, I would call this a pathology of freedom. That is one of the ways in which the emancipation of sexual and romantic relationships from the extremely regulatory norms in which they were organized, and they were. But this emancipation has led to a kind of anomic freedom.
Last question, and maybe as the first one, a difficult one. How do we get out of it? If this is the concept of love we are living in, what could a revolutionary love be, and how could it be? How could it replace what we are having right now? I said it is a difficult one.
I mean, like, first of all, I think some groups are exploring all kinds of options. For example, polyamory queer people insist very much on ethics, and they have, I have just a student who completed an ethnographic work, and I found really interesting some of the things she describes, and she describes that, queer people who are in communities, when one of them behaves in a way that is, so on the one hand they want their sexuality to stand for freedom. On the other hand, when one of their friends behaves in a way that is very hurtful to someone else, there is a kind of group condemnation of it, and so I find it interesting. I don't know how extended that is, but I think there is a kind of awareness of the ethics of the relationship, and I think there is a new awareness of the fact that freedom must be organized within ethical boundaries. So that's one thing I can say. I mean, I think it is something that is being worked out. Now, I have never been good for providing big, answers to big questions. So what is to be done, to echo with a famous question, what we do now? That is, I think, pointing out at problems is already doing something about solving them. I don't believe in offering solutions, ready-made solutions. What I do believe in is pointing out at aporias, dilemmas, insufficiencies, and having people work them within communities of discourse and deliberation.
Are there any questions? We have 2 on this side, 3. We have a question cluster.
Hi, what are your thoughts on non-monogamy? Hi. Did you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I would like to know. Thank you.
Could you please repeat the question?
Oh, okay, sorry. What are your thoughts on non-monogamy? So polyamorous relationships or other relationships like that.
So non-monogamous relationships.
So I'm not sure. I would say that in heterosexual relations, they most of the time favor asymmetrical relationships between men and women. In heterosexual relations, I do not believe in them that much. I think in homosexual relations, it's another story. I'm willing to believe that they are not hurtful, or at least that it's not an opportunity to use this as a power relationship. In heterosexual relations, I'm more dubious. My sense is that it is usually far more advantageous to the man than to the women, but it is more impressive than based on research. So I could very well tell you the opposite in a few years from now. That's one thing. The other thing is that it strikes me that that polyamory has become really a topic, a very fashionable topic. I mean, in the last, I would say, decade, this is when I started seeing the topic emerge in my students and with students who wrote a lot of, papers on it. So I think at least a decade, maybe more. And it strikes me that, again, it bears a kind of analogy with the accumulation. The idea is to accumulate things and not to want to miss out. It's to want to have all the choices available at the same time, all the time. And that is, so I really don't want to judge. I do want to say that I think that the kind of love, attachment that is to one single person, that is long-standing, is in a way has a phenomenology and has an ethics within itself that is very unique, and that we might miss out or unlearn something very important. That is what it means to not have all your options open all the time, for example. What does it mean to make one choice and to be loyal or committed to that choice, only to one choice? So I'm observing simply that there is something, I think, in polyamory that gets lost. And that the phenomenology of, or the emotional and moral world that goes with polyamory, it's not a non-ethical world, because they very much insist on transparency. And by the way, I mean, one could also very much defend, I mean, that would be another way, another line of defense, or for the, let's say, long, stable relationship, which is the tradition of having a lover, a secret lover, which means having multiple selves, or not being so transparent to the person you live with, might also be something that gets lost in that, in that cult of transparency, that polyamory. I'm very struck by the insistence on transparency. Now, as someone who cherishes, I happen to cherish secrets, secrecy, non-transparency. I find it striking. I wouldn't want, personally, to be transparent in all my choices to the people I live with.
Just a short question. What did you say, or would you say, to the friend with the bicycle hobby?
What did you say to your friend with the bicycle, with the girlfriend that doesn't like his bicycle hobby? What is your recommendation?
I said I don't think that's a good enough reason to drop her. I swear to you,
There's a third question in the...
Yeah, hello, Alexander is my name. Looking at this topic, revolutionary love, and what you said before in this talk, and now the question about polyamory. I would like to ask you what you think about, and I only know the German word, someone has to help me, Verzicht. What's Verzicht in English?
Abstinence or restraint.
You ask me what I think about what... I'm not a guru. I mean, I have no idea.
You're not a...
I don't... Abstinence, what I think about abstinence. Why not? I mean, I don't know what you mean by abstinence. There is a movement of asexuals, asexuality, which is people, it's slightly different from abstinence. And asexual people are people who now institutionally define themselves as not being interested in sexuality. And in fact, I am very interested in this group because they highlight, in a way, what has been my feeling, which is that there is an enormous sexual pressure in contemporary society. And that is, by the way, one of the reasons why I really like the novels of Michel Houellebecq, because he's the novelist who really exposes the extraordinary normativity of sexuality. So in a way, free love, not revolutionary love, but free love has become incredibly pressuring. And so asexuals are the ones who demand for themselves a different identity. And in that respect, I think they're very interesting. Now, there is another phenomenon which is called abstinence. And there was this French woman, she's very well known, her name escapes me, but she's, known for having had a lot of sexual affairs, and then she declared publicly that she's been abstinent for the last year. I have no idea why I should be interested in this.
I think it's not only abstinence, but Verzicht is also, you don't have waiver. And
to
also
waive sexuality. Yeah.
I will look it up.
Yeah, thank you. That's really interesting. No, because of capitalism, and as we are consumers, that's why I'm asking about Verzicht. Abstinence is not, I think it's really, thank you what you said.
Renunciation?
So I think, the only thing I would say is that abstinence had was enormously rewarded in a religious Christian culture. It was, of course, because it was synonym with spirituality. I think today abstinent people would have an enormous difficulty justifying to themselves and to the world what it is that they're doing, which in a way illustrates beautifully how far we have come.
There is another question.
Here.
We have time for one last question. The lady in the black and white dress.
Thank you. You spoke about aggressive freedom, concerning our societies becoming more and more part of this aggressive freedom, or living this kind of freedom. What are the prospects for the for our societies, you would say? I know you're not a guru.
Yeah, the prospect with regard to
as a sociologist.
With regard to what topic?
That it
to
becomes
sexuality
more,
and So I think I've been saying this for the last, I think, 20 years, and it's one of the rare times where I did make a mistake. I think we are going, I've been saying this for 20 years and it's more and more true. And I don't see it stopping in the next decades. We have two phenomena that are new, I think. More and more homosexual couples, especially female homosexuality, more and more female choosing to be with females. That's one thing that is already happening. The number of homosexual couples, I believe, will only grow with time, and more lonely households. More and more people living longer and longer stretches of their lives alone in single households. These are, it is already happening. I don't have to predict it. It is already happening. I do not see this tendency ending in the next future. It's neither good nor bad. I don't know exactly what to say about it. And all these will coexist with the traditional family. So it's not that it is going to disappear. What I wish would happen, I love Fourier's idea of the phalanstère. He had this crazy idea. He even drew a building like this, where I think 1,600 people would live, exactly half men, half women. They would work together, they would do music and sing together, and they would have also sexual relationships together. It was a completely utopian idea. But what I think we can take from that completely utopian ideal is this idea that both urban planners and architects and people who understand about the politics of sexuality and the importance of the politics of sexuality for the politics at large start redesigning maybe buildings or living spaces and places to engage in a different type of sociability which doesn't exist really today, that is much more communal and much more oriented towards people who do not live in traditional family households.
Tear down all the walls. Thank you so much, Eva Illouz. And sorry to Max Weber, wherever he might be, for mixing up his profession. It was not out of ignorance, but out of sheer nervosity. No, he was all of that. He was all of that? Oh, what a genius. Thank you very much. And have a very nice evening.
Thank you both. It was really inspiring, and I hope we can continue the discussion. I just want to say and thank again to everyone. Don't leave. You can join us all in the garden for a drink, cigarette, whatever you prefer. But in half an hour here on stage, you will have the opportunity to listen to one of the best choirs around. If there is anything which can inspire revolutionary love, it's music with revolutionary and love songs. So at 9 o'clock, come back here. Thank you.
Yeah.
29th of November.
Our first song is a Slovenian partisan song that tells the story of a young woman worrying about her loved one who has joined the partisans to fight against fascism during the World War II. To show the existence of different forms of love during the revolution, male and female voices alternate in our interpretation.
Thank you very much.
Our next song is a combination of two pieces. The first is the Kurdish version of the well-known Italian song Bella Ciao, a martyr song about love for the fighters who gave their lives while struggling for freedom. The second is Eske Çakırdım, the marching song of the YPG, the Kurdish women's armed forces in Syria. It speaks of love for the revolutionary struggle itself.
In our next song, a political prisoner on a remote Greek island speaks about the woman he loves and he was forced to leave behind. He remembers her curly hair, Maya Tsugura, and imagines a future where all live in peace, freedom, and equality.
Next, we present a medley dedicated to the Yugoslav women partisan fighters. In the first song, a young woman explains to her mother that her love for the anti-fascist struggle is greater than her love for her, as she begs to be allowed to join the front lines. The second song honors Raviola Jankovic-Rava, a partisan heroine and nurse who paid for her love toward her fellow fighters with the highest price, her life.
Das lila Lied, The Purple Song, is an anthem of what we now call the queer movement, originating in the Weimar Republic. It was dedicated to Magnus Hirschfeld, a pioneer in the fight for the decriminalization of homosexuality and trans identity. The song reclaims the right to live in accordance with one's true sexuality. In this way, it embodies revolutionary love, the refusal to be ashamed of what we are, and the collective struggle to build a world where all forms of love and identity are not only accepted, but celebrated.
Was will man nur, ist das Kultur, dass jeder Mensch verpönt ist, der klug und gut, jedoch mit Wut von einer Art durchströmt ist, dass gerade die Kategorie vor dem Gesetz verbannt ist, die im Gefühl bei Lust und Spiel und in der Art verbannt ist, und dennoch sind die meisten stolz, dass sie vom anderen Holz. Wir sind mal anders als die anderen, die nur im Gleiche der Moral geliebt, neugierig erst und tausend Wunder wandern und für den Kopf nur das Banale gibt. Und wir aber wissen, wie das Gefühl ist, wenn wir sind alle anderen Welten sind. Wir lieben nur die Lila Nacht, die schwül ist, weil wir ja anders als die anderen sind. Wozu die Qual, uns die Moral der anderen aufzudrängen? Wir hört geschwind, sind wie wir sind, selbst wollte man uns hängen. Wer aber denkt, dass man uns hängt, dem müsste man beweinen. Doch bald gedacht, es wird über Nacht auf unsere Sonne scheinen. Dann haben wir das gleiche Recht erschritten. Wir leiden nicht mehr, sondern sind gelitten. Wir seid mal anders als die anderen, die nur im Gleiche der Moral geliebt, neugierig erst und tausend Wunder wandern und für dich auch nur das Banale gibt. Und wir wissen, wie das Gefühl ist, denn wir sind alle anderen Welten Kind. Wir lieben nur die Lila Nacht, die schwül ist, weil wir ja anders als die anderen sind. Weil wir nicht anders als die anderen sind.
Our next song by the American band Bikini Kill was a lesbian anthem of the Riot Girl movement in the early 1990s. This punk love song from one woman to another reminds us that female role models and love come in many forms.
That girl, she's the queen of the neighborhood. She got the hottest strike in town. That girl, she holds her head up so high. I think I wanna be her best friend, yeah. Rebel girl, rebel girl, rebel girl, you are the queen of my world. Rebel girl, I think I wanna take you home. I wanna try on your clothes. When she talks, I hear the revolution. In her hips, there's revolution. When she walks, the revolution's coming. In her hips, I taste the revolution. Rebel girl, rebel girl, rebel girl, you are the queen of my world. Rebel girl, I know I wanna take you home. I wanna try on your clothes. Oh. of the neighborhood. I got news for you, she is. They say she's a guy, but I know she is my best friend, yeah. Rebel girl, rebel girl, rebel girl, you are the queen of my world. Rebel girl, I know I wanna take you home, I wanna try your clothes. Love you like a sister, always soul, sister, rebel girl. Come and be my best friend, be a rebel girl. I really like you, I really want to be your best friend, be a rebel girl.
Our next song, performed by the band Tonsteine Scherben, speaks of the rebellion of a young couple with nowhere to live or love. It was written at a time when liberation and love were understood as collective acts. Love and freedom were seen as shared struggles. Neither money nor weapons can stop us from being free.
Der Mensch, nicht gern alleine und in meinem Bett ist kaum noch Platz für dich. Doch mein Alter ist fast jeden Tag zu Hause und ich glaube, er hat was gegen dich. Für mich ist die Welt nicht mehr in Ordnung, nicht früh um 7 und auch nicht nach der Tagesschau. Für mich heißt das Wort zum Montag Scheiße und das Wort zum Montag macht mal lau. Wir müssen hier raus. Das ist die Hölle. Wir leben im Zuchthaus. Wir sind geboren, um frei zu sein. Wir sind Teil von Millionen. Wir sind nicht allein. Und wir werden es schaffen. Wir werden es schaffen. Die Welt wird sich nicht ändern, doch er weiß ja ganz genau, was läuft. Doch er glaubt, er vergisst die ganze Scheiße, wenn er abends in der Kneipe hängt und säuft. Er sagt, der schönste Platz ist immer an der Theke, da hat er recht, zu Hause ist auch noch Platz für drei. Darum bin ich auch den ganzen Tag auf Arbeit, man kann sagen, ich bin so frei. Wir müssen hier raus. Das ist die Hölle. Wir leben im Zuchthaus. Wir sind geboren,
The last song by the English anarcho-punk band Chumbawamba sums up our hopes for the Republic of Love. It defines the revolutionary love not as an utopian feeling, but as a commitment to keep going, to care, to resist, even when the conditions for love are barely existing.
I don't want to sing about anger and hate. I don't want to sing about fear and defeat. I don't want to sing about the things I always sing about. I wish I could sing about love. I wish I could sing about love. I don't want to sing about war and greed. I don't want to sing about those we can't feed. I don't want to sing about the things I always sing about. I wish I could sing about love. I wish I could sing about love. I don't want to sing about suffering and pain. I don't want to sing for another campaign. I don't want to sing about the things I always sing about. I wish I could sing about love. I wish I could sing about love. I don't want to sing about